To Kuwait, the country recently chaired the Supreme Council of the Gulf Cooperation Council, or the GCC, in early December. And India, has a large sphere of influence in these Gulf countries with an overall population of around 9 million. In fact, in Kuwait alone, there are around 1 million people of Indian origin. They play a vital part in the economy, Sakal.
Absolutely, Mark. And yes, Indian professionals like engineers, doctors, chartered accountants, scientists, in fact, software engineers, experts, management consultants, architects, technicians, nurses, retail traders and businessmen, and you name it are all present in Kuwait. And Prime Minister Modi's trip is expected to deepen and consolidate further the bilateral relations, particularly in the domain of energy, trade and labour cooperation, while also reaffirming India's commitment to strengthening ties with the Gulf Cooperation Council countries, or what they call GCC.
Right, indeed. And these 6 GCC countries are the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Oman, Qatar, as well as Bahrain.
Yes. So in the next 3 hours, we are going to get you rolling live coverage from Kuwait, with DD India's team joining live from there. And also we will be joined by subject experts and eminent former diplomats to decode the significance of Prime Minister Modi's visit to that part of the globe, which comes after a long gap of 43 years. All that and much more on this special broadcast.
Indeed, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has arrived in Kuwait. It's a 2-day visit, as Sakal and I were saying. He's arrived on Saturday, and this marks a significant milestone in India-Kuwait relations, because this is the first time an Indian Prime Minister is visiting Kuwait in 43 years.
Yes.
So,
and Prime Minister Modi's visit aims at strengthening the India-Kuwait friendship across various sectors, across various domains, and deepening India's historical linkages with Kuwait, as the two nations have shared interest in peace, in security and stability in West Asia. During the visit, Prime Minister Modi will be holding meetings with the Emir of Kuwait, the Crown Prince and the Prime Minister of Kuwait.
And after his arrival in Kuwait, in fact, Prime Minister wrote on social media platform X that he will undoubtedly strengthen the India-Kuwait friendship across various sectors. These are visuals of the Prime Minister arriving. And upon his arrival at the hotel in Kuwait, Prime Minister received a warm welcome from members of the Indian community. It's the largest expatriate community in Kuwait. The Indian diaspora has a population of over 1 million people, forming a living bridge between India and Kuwait.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi greeted and interacted with the members of the Indian diaspora as he reached at a hotel in Kuwait City. We showed viewers those very fantastic visuals, and the Indians in Kuwait warmly welcomed the Prime Minister with some colourful performances by artists. You saw that as well. So now let's listen into what they have to say about their meeting with their Prime Minister.
I'm very happy today because I never thought like I will get a chance to meet him. I am Dr. Fibisha, coming on behalf of Indian Doctors Forum, and this is a very special day for me, and thank you so much everyone who gave this opportunity.
It was such a blessed moment. I don't know how to express. We are really thrilled. yeah, goosebumps came. I don't know how to express it.
Yeah, my name is Renu. I am Kathak artist here, and I performed my art in front of PM sir. Really, when the moment when he entered, and then that spiritual aura he has, and the goosebumps came, we are overwhelmed actually.
Very nice, very nice. My name is Jay Krishnan. I was performing Kathakali. I'm basically an engineer working with Kuwait Airways in Kuwait, and it's once in a lifetime achievement for us, and there is nothing which best can happen to us. We were so happy to have performed for the PM.
Well, in Kuwait, in a humanitarian gesture, the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi met Mangal Sen Honda, 101-year-old former IFS officer, Indian Foreign Service officer, after a request on social media X by his granddaughter. The Prime Minister Narendra Modi responded to the social media request, showing how he connects with Indian citizens across the world. The Prime Minister received a heartwarming welcome as well by the Indian diaspora in Kuwait.
And in another rare meeting, Prime Minister Modi met Abdullah Al-Baroon and Abdul Latif Al-Nasef in Kuwait. Abdullah Al-Baroon has translated both Ramayana and Mahabharata in Arabic, while Abdul Latif published the Arabic versions of Ramayana and Mahabharata, the famous Indian epics. During the meet, Prime Minister Modi also signed a copy of both the Indian epics. Prime Minister had also spoken about their efforts in one of his episodes of special broadcast Man Ki Baat.
Indeed, and we are joined by Ambassador Sanjay Bhattacharya, former Secretary from the Ministry of External Affairs, joining us on Zoom link from New Delhi, and Meena Singh Roy, former HOD, West Asia, JNU, also joining us on Zoom from Gurugram. Well, so thank you very much, both of you, for being with us. Ambassador Bhattacharya, let me start by you. Cultural connection seems to be pretty vital when we see that, the centuries-old relations. There was a time when the rupee was legal tender in Kuwait. Can you put into context the kind of cultural connection between the two countries?
Well, as you know, firstly, thank you so much for having me on this program on the occasion of Prime Minister's very historic visit to Kuwait. India and Kuwait share a very deep relationship which goes back into a civilizational context. As you know, India and Kuwait, that region that is part of Arabia, have had contact since the very beginning, and people have been traveling back and forth. The western coast of India has been home to many of them, like a second home. In fact, the Emir himself had a home in Bombay for a very long period of time. And as you mentioned, till 1961, the Indian rupee was also legal tender. But today, these have assumed a very new context, because apart from the trade and philosophical exchanges that the two sides have had between the Arab Peninsula, Kuwait in particular, and India, today we find that this is diversified into a much more modern context. And therefore, the spread of Indian cinema, for instance, the Indian arts and culture, Indian music, dance, yoga is very, very much popular today over there. And we find that there is great interest amongst the Arab people, the Kuwaitis who are natives of that land, in our culture as well. You notice, for instance, how our friends over there have translated the Ramayana and Mahabharata. And this is true for many, many other texts. For instance, many of the works of Rabindranath Tagore have been translated over there, and they are studied as part of the curriculum. The same goes true for a lot of Mahatma Gandhi's works. And so the connect is deep.
Professor Roy, coming to you. Now, after a long, in fact, rather a very long gap of 43 years, we have an Indian Prime Minister visiting that part of the globe, and especially under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Diplomatically speaking, how significant is this in terms of India and its significant Gulf outreach?
I think this is much, needed and awaited visit of Prime Minister, which was actually, a lot of expectation from the Gulf states. If we look at, the success story of Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji to the West Asian region, I think, two major countries, have been very close partners of India. The GCC countries, as was mentioned, mainly Saudi Arabia and UAE, Oman. So I think Kuwait was one country where there was a lot of expectation. He was supposed to go in 22, and then finally he's there at a time when, the whole region is witnessing the conflicts and, a very critical time for Prime Minister.
Right. We seem to have a bad connection with you, ma'am.
Ambassador can continue. Sir, if you could hear us, significance in terms of Gulf outreach.
Yeah, in terms of Gulf outreach.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, please go ahead.
Right. So I think it is very important from the context that we are looking at building closer partnership with the GCC countries mainly. And Kuwait, if we look at the geography, if we look at the resources, if we look at the diaspora, I think from all three aspects, I would say it's a very, very significant visit. You already mentioned 43 years we never had the Prime Minister, the high-level visit. So from that context is very important. From the regional context is very important. And thirdly, it is very important from the bilateral point of view. So I think all three aspects that we're looking at it is a very, very significant visit. And I'm sure it will have a lot of impact. There have been some issues when we are talking about the Kuwait, particularly, and with the personal connect that Prime Minister Modi has been able to very successfully achieve. I'm sure that this visit is going to deliver desired results as we are looking at it.
Right. Professor Roy, you did mention about the conflicts. Now, India, of course, with such a large population or people of Indian origin living in this region, is personally invested in the entire region. But also, the fact that India is neutral in these conflicts, and India plays a role of peace. How is this, going to play out in terms of the Prime Minister's visit?
I would say, when we look at the entire region, there are areas of conflicts, there are areas of stability. And when we are looking at the Gulf partner countries, there is, I would say, comparatively, stable, life that we see unfolding out there. So the conflict zones have to be dealt with. Now, India has moved, from a very silent, actor to a very proactive and an active country today. Regionally also, there is a sea change, I would say. There is a paradigm shift in terms of what is the image of India in the region, and how there are growing expectation, not only globally, but even regionally. I think India India will have to have a very, very balanced approach. But at the same time, given its image, given Prime Minister Modi's image, and his ability to deal with, the conflict ridden, area, and also with the personal connect with all of them. Okay, I mean, India has good relations with Palestine. India has good relations with Israel, with Iran, with Saudi Arabia. And, India has navigated its relationship very smartly.
In fact, ma'am, you yourself spoke about it. Now, if you carefully look at the Kuwait Declaration, Ambassador, the GCC countries have taken a very strong position in terms of ending the conflict. Special mention the war in Gaza, occupation of Palestinian territories, and India has always advocated the path of dialogue and peace. And in that sense of term, how significant is Prime Minister Modi's 2-day visit in Gulf in Kuwait from their point of view?
So from my perspective, I think Prime Minister basically has two primary objectives. The first one is obviously to strengthen our bilateral relations with Kuwait. And this again has two specific components. One is to consolidate the partnership that we've built over time, which is largely based on energy security, the human security of people going back and forth, and trade. And at the same time, the second priority within the bilateral context is to put a focus on how we build this into a future-oriented partnership. You know, the kind of partnership that we have built with the United Arab Emirates, for instance, and with Saudi, and with some others as well in the region. So how do we leverage, as the Gulf economies change their complexion from hydrocarbon-based towards a more diverse economy? And what is the kind of role that India can play in their change and the role that they play in our change? The second big priority that Prime Minister had, and this directly alludes to the context that you brought up, is the regional issue. And as my co-panelist has pointed out, this is really a very transformative period for the region. On and we have a war that has been going on in between Israel and Palestine.
Correct.
We have, of course, already mentioned that we do not want the war to continue and that we must find ways to find peace. And the second one, which has happened very recently, is the very remarkable changeover of governance in Syria, which is, right immediately to the northwest of Kuwait. And this has been a very serious
important.
The old establishment of Bashar Assad has been overthrown by the HTS, who have now taken command. So I think an assessment of the regional situation is something that Prime Minister will do with the Kuwaiti leaders to get an understanding and to share our views, because I think we are not neutral. I think we are friendly towards all, and I think there's a big difference between the two. We are a very positive force in the region. And I think at a time when so much of change is happening, people are looking for leadership. And I think Prime Minister can provide that guidance to that region. Also, at the same time, what we find is that the regional powers over there, be they, Iran or Turkey, are having certain ambitions and certain other ideas about how...
So basically, Ambassador, we'll have... we have 2 to 3 hours to discuss this.
Yeah.
But basically, there are more convergences, but there could be more divergences. And having said that, as far as those minor divergences are concerned, how is India going to negotiate those conversations when it comes to pressing for peace and stability in the region? We're going to talk about all of that, but we have something more on the broadcast. Mark, what is next?
Yes, indeed. Let's talk about the relations. India and Kuwait enjoy friendly relations traditionally. In fact, India was one of the first countries to establish diplomatic relations with Kuwait, following its independence from the British protectorate that it was in 1961. And in 2021-22, both countries celebrated the 60th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic relations. The last high-level visit from either side occurred in 2013, when the Prime Minister of Kuwait had visited India. Now, Prime Minister Modi had met the Kuwaiti Crown Prince Sabah Al Khalid Al Sabah Al Hamad Al Mubarak Al Sabah on the sidelines of the UNGA in New York. This happened in September of 2024.
And also, Kuwait is a critical partner for India, ranking as the 6th largest supplier of the crude oil. Now, oil is an important aspect here. India has consistently been among the top trading partners of Kuwait during financial year 2023-24. The numbers are on your screens. Total bilateral trade with Kuwait amounted to a huge volume of 10.47 billion US dollars, while Indian exports have increased from $1.56 billion in 2022-23 to $2.1 billion in 2023-24, with an year-on-year growth registered at 34.7%. The top 5 export items on the list are aircraft parts, cereals, organic chemicals, vehicles, electric machinery. Kuwait ranks as India's 6th largest supplier of the crude oil, with about 3.0% of India's total energy needs, and 4th largest of the LPG. Talking about investments, Kuwait Investment Authority's estimated investments in India are more than 10 billion US dollars, a sovereign wealth fund with assets in excess of 800 billion US dollars.
Indeed.
Let's go back to our panelists, Ambassador Roy and Professor. Ambassador, sir, we were talking about India's role and especially the peace and stability in the region. You were speaking about the Syria, the geographical proximity. Now, in that sense of term, first of all, what is expected, the kind of conversations that are going to come up, and what all India brings to the table when this is discussed?
So I think, we have now defined the region as our extended neighborhood. And when you say neighborhood, that has a very specific context and a very special relationship. And I think that's what we would like to develop. So we wish to move or graduate from the simple issues of energy and manpower support towards a more broader context, which provides the bilateral complementarities in these and look for opportunities in new areas. So I think that will be the key issues that we will wish to discuss. Both of us are undergoing transformation. Kuwait has its Kuwait Plan 2035, in which privatization and getting more integrated in the global economy is part of its mandate. And we can be a very good partner in that, particularly when we look at the kind of support that we can extend to Kuwait in the digital area and the IT-enabled services, the UPI and many other functions that we can really help them with. The second area that I think we would be very engaged in would be the kind of investments that Kuwait can make in India. And Kuwait has been interested to be more engaged in the energy sector in India. That is quite apart from supplying crude oil and LPG. And therefore, the kind of connections that we can have, the forward linkages that we can look into with the Kuwaiti side and the KIA, the Kuwait Investment Authority, has been a very keen partner in that particular aspect. The third aspect that I think is what is the kind of leverage that we will be able to bring about through the GCC, the Gulf Corp, because we have much deeper engagement with the GCC today. We are thinking of having an FTA with them, and Kuwait will play a key role in those negotiations. We had concluded one with the United Arab Emirates, but now with the rest of the GCC. And the fourth aspect would, of course, be the regional, which we can talk about in detail later.
Professor Roy, so if we look at energy cooperation, it's been largely in the area of fossil fuels, and we are moving towards renewable energy. So in what context, can this also, that transition be made in this relationship? And apart from that, India is strong in healthcare and pharmaceuticals, in education, maybe even looking for infrastructure. These are the kind of areas that perhaps, can be on the table.
I think bilaterally, there are many areas where we can move as far as the relationship between India and Kuwait is concerned. You referred to energy. Yes, for a long time, we will continue to get our, energy sources from Kuwait and the Gulf partners. But there is also, an attempt. India has been the leading country when it comes to, the renewable energies. And I hope Kuwait very soon joins the Solar Alliance. That is what is one. The second aspect, I think, is when the reference was made to infrastructure development, and that is where the golden opportunity lies for our country and the companies. India could very well, I mean, I'm not saying there isn't, but I think there are greater opportunities which should be taken into account and pushed by, the private sector, and be part of Kuwait's Vision 2035 when it is about infrastructure development. Education, I think, is an extremely important area where there are countries, they want to, have the institutes like IIMs and IITs, and India has that capability and potential. There could be special land provided to India to build and these educational institutions, the vocational training centers. This would go a long way. And the other unique, I think, feature of India's foreign policy has been, the demand-driven, approach, which means that what Kuwait is expecting from India, what is beneficial for both the countries, that is, I think, a key element, developmental partnerships that we have spoken about, So if talking about building those, partnerships with the country, it will be demand oriented, then it goes a long way. So education, infrastructure, many technical institutes which would be very, very useful for Kuwait actually is something which could be, seen as building in terms of long partnership that we are looking at. Not only
Ambassador Bhattacharya,
maritime domain is another area.
Sure, we'll bring that into the discussion. But we've been showing visuals of the Prime Minister meeting Mangal Sen Honda, who's a 101-year-old Foreign Service officer, ex-Foreign Service officer. We have with us Ambassador Bhattacharya, who's also a distinguished former Foreign Service officer. So maybe, do you know Mr. Honda by any chance, Ambassador Bhattacharya?
No, unfortunately, I do not know him personally. Okay. But, it's been really a remarkable thing that there are so many distinguished Indians who made a mark for themselves in the Gulf region and who made it their second home. So I would understand that Mr. Honda is one of them. And it is so kind and generous of the Prime Minister to find time and to specially seek out this opportunity for him to meet with the gentleman.
Yes, it's a very heartwarming visual as well. Indeed. With that very solid handshake. Speaks volumes about Prime Minister Modi's connect. And talking about that connect, one cannot but speak about the diaspora. Requesting our guests to please stay with us, and we also are looking at Mark around 1 million strong diaspora and the largest expatriate community in Kuwait. That's something like 21% of the Kuwait's total population. That's a very significant dimension of Prime Minister Modi's visit to Kuwait. The Indian community, with a strength of just over 1 million, is the largest expatriate community in Kuwait. We mentioned that, and is regarded as the community of first preference among the expatriate communities. Although large proportions consist of unskilled and semi-skilled workers, but there are also professionals like engineers, doctors, chartered accountants, scientists, software experts, management consultants, architects, technicians, nurses, retail traders, as well as businessmen. The Indian business community in Kuwait has carved out a huge niche in the market there in retail sector as well as in distributorship as well. And there are over 200 Indian associations registered with the embassy. And having said that, Ambassador Bhattacharya, this is going to be a huge boost to already a community, expatriate community there, which are their top preference.
Yes, absolutely. You're right. We have the largest community, diaspora community in the Gulf region. And as you mentioned, over 9 million of them in the region and 1 million of them in Kuwait alone. they are a very distinct community, and I think they're very, very well received and appreciated. Over a period of time, it has become very natural for the Arab leaders to comment on the hard-working nature of the Indian community, be they low-skilled workers or the highly skilled professionals, and refer to the huge contributions that the Indian community has made to the local economy, that is to the Kuwaiti economy. And that is exactly the kind of reputation that our Indians are always well known for, because they make a mark for themselves, they work hard, they're industrious, and they contribute to the economy. At the same time, they also retain their identity in a very remarkable and beautiful manner. So part of this is the kind of cultural connect that they bring about with the people, encourage the deeper contact and the understanding of each other's societies. And so in many ways for the community, this is a landmark occasion to have a visit of the Prime Minister and to be able to engage with somebody who is so engaging and who is so warm and personable. So I think what will happen is that the esteem that the community has in the society will only go up further. And I think that is a great evidence, because over a period of time, what we have been trying to do is to make sure that we have higher value addition in the diaspora earnings that go to Kuwait. Also to see that they have better security and facilities in the workplace that they are in. And we've made a lot of progress with some of the other countries, and we've been working with Kuwait on this as well, so that the Indian who's working in Kuwait has a better regard and respect for himself.
So we'll come back to this topic actually when Prime Minister is due to visit one of the labor camps later in the day. Unfortunately, in June, one of these camps had a fire in which 46 Indians lost their lives. So, of course, the housing community, how Indian workers are housed in Kuwait. Prime Minister will be visiting there later in the day. But coming back to you, Professor Roy, on the subject of the International Solar Alliance you did mention. Also, there's the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, which India is hoping that more and more people, more and more countries join. It's critical actually at a time like this, especially in these sort of countries also, which are affected by climate change and probably by disasters as a result of climate change.
Absolutely, you are absolutely right, and I think these are two critical areas where I think there could be some forward movement. India's ability and capability to deal with the disasters was very well received even in a country like Turkey, where we were not going through a very good relations at that time. So I think the image of India in managing these things is something which is very well received in the region. And I do feel that when we're talking about the Gulf countries, I mean, this is where the VIP, the top leadership's visit does bring many, results and in a concrete ways, I would say. So Kuwait and Bahrain were two countries where, experts like us who've been watching West Asia, we always felt that they needed more attention by, and I'm glad that, Prime Minister is finally there today to bring, some more concrete results to our existing very good bilateral partnership with the GCC countries. So let's hope for the best, but I think bilaterally this visit is going to be a beginning of a new partnership and a new era of cooperation between Kuwait and India.
Mark, let's also talk a bit about the education and love for India's culture, music out there in Kuwait. As we just mentioned, Kuwait houses a large expatriate Indian population, and culturally, Indian music, films, and in fact also India's cuisines are immensely popular in Kuwait. and their educational ties. The India-Kuwait educational ties are strong. There are around 26 schools in Kuwait which follow CBSE curriculum with over 60,000 students, mainly Indians and some Arab and South Asian expats as well. On 12th of September 2024, an MOU on the establishment of Hindi chair was signed between the ICCR and Gulf University for Science and Technology. Then again, way back in December 2006, an India Studies Center at the Faculty of Social Sciences of Kuwait University was set up. India corners have been set up, that's interesting, in Kuwait's technical colleges and Kuwait College of Science and Technology in 2024. And this visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Ambassador Bhattacharya, is going to be another shot in the arm to take it to the level next, considering after a long wait of more than almost 43 years, and especially Prime Minister's global rise. And this being very, very significant for Kuwait, the visit of Prime Minister Modi at their invitation.
Oh, certainly. I think education will be one of the key areas of cooperation as we move ahead towards that future-oriented relationship. And my co-panelists had already referred to that. So apart from school education, which you mentioned, I think the big focus will be twofold. One will be on higher education. The Kuwaitis are very keen to have IITs and IIM kind of facilities in their country. And I think there will be movement towards that. Also across the board in other kinds of higher education, collaboration, partnerships, because now under the new education policy, it is also possible to have semesters abroad, collaborations on research projects, exchange of faculty, and these will deepen the ties between the two sides. The second kind of new partnership that we envisage will be in the area of skills. And I think a lot of this will be in the high-end skills, because the world is moving towards a data-dominated society where the digital world will have a very prominent role. The kind of collaborations that we can have in AI, machine learning, also in the fintech, meditech, these kinds of areas where special skills will be required. The kind of logistics network that we are developing with the Gulf region, IMEC being one of them, of course, that's through the United Arab Emirates. But, the kind of logistics network also requires very special skills when we engage in the fungibility and the interoperability of our services. And so that will be another area where we hope to see a fair amount of collaboration. And at the end of the day, there will of power of culture, of course.
Ambassador Bhattacharya, when we talk about school education, we see that, Indians who've done well abroad in the United States, elsewhere, they've, of course, benefited from high quality school education in India. And we see that the CBSE board is now, so well available in the Gulf countries. Maybe, modeling on that, people probably feel the need to become global citizens out of, that kind of education, which is strong in science, strong in arts, in English, all these aspects, which, compared to the other boards around the world, Indians seem to be benefiting from a decent school education. How would you view that?
In my mind, our school education is a good stepping stone towards a solid higher education. But I think as the NEP, the new education policy, has pointed out, there is a lot of work that we need to do, particularly with the learning achievables and having those markers of learning, rather than just having a huge amount of data that a person accumulates. And because the world today is changing a lot, and I think our school education is also undergoing that transformation. At present, what we find is that in the Gulf, the most popular school education system for the locals is really the English education. And that perhaps is largely because of the fact that the British had a fairly large presence over there. We are inherited some kind of an English education. education system as well. So they prefer to go for the British education system. Of course, the international education, as seen in the baccalaureate of Switzerland or the American system, is also popular. But Indian education is largely for Indians and expats from other Asian countries, not so much for the Arabs. And I think we are making the steps towards making it more popular for the others as well.
Yes, and talking about the popularity, there is also Ambassador Mukherjee and Professor Roy, this palpable excitement or builder for this community event today, the Diaspora event. And this is Hala Modi, that is a grand cultural extravaganza that is expected today. So Diaspora has always been a very important dimension wherever Prime Minister goes overseas, and Kuwait is no different. Your thoughts? Professor Roy.
Okay, I think you've very rightly pointed out that diaspora has been a very important element of Prime Minister Modi's policies. And when we particularly look at the Gulf, I think the kind of love, affection, and connect the people feel with Prime Minister Modi is basically they are very confident about what Prime Minister Modi can deliver, his image. So I think while we were watching some clips of the statements given by the artists and the doctors out there, it really shows the sea change which we never saw in past. Particularly the diaspora diplomacy has been a very successful part of India's foreign policy today when we look at it. And I think the full credit goes to Prime Minister Modi because of the way he, the body language, the way he talks to the children, to younger generation people, and to various, sections of the society who are living there. And I think, the diaspora is something which is the force multiplier when we are talking about building these connects between the two nations. And 1 million people, living in Kuwait can really do wonders. And today it is just not the unskilled people who were there, long time back, but we have diversified people out there. We have doctors, we have engineers, we have people from the finance sector, and fintech is something very important element of any country's development, initiatives that they are taking. So that's their strength, and diaspora can really, make that difference. And they, as I said, I see them as a force multiplier to building our stronger partnerships with these countries.
Right. Ambassador Bhattacharya, we've seen the Prime Minister, of course, interacting with the diaspora in many events across the world. This has become a feature of his visits, and this public diplomacy has sort of strengthened India's, the NRI's image, in a sense, for the country, for the motherland. Not that it has ever been any, it needed any strengthening. The community has always been contributing back to India, especially from the Gulf, where, a lot of the expatriate money that has come back in has helped develop many of the states in our country. But, when we look at them anticipating this visit, and that hall is going to be jam-packed, it only holds about 5,000 people. What do you expect from that, from that event?
Well, I think, these events have been particularly significant because it represents the change that is happening within the country, is being conveyed and communicated with our citizens who are overseas. In other words, this is like an extension of the governance model where everyone has to go along, has to be part of the inclusive package that Prime Minister talks about. And now the diaspora has become an important element of that. And I think the diaspora is important for us for three different reasons. The first is they are, in a sense, the ambassadors of India wherever they go. And what they do, what they say, is really a representation of what their country is going through. And therefore, it is very necessary, and Prime Minister believes in this very fervently, that they must be apprised of the remarkable developments that are happening place in their own country. They should not feel that they are far away from home and that this is part of their own experience. Things that we wish to do with our diaspora is that we wish them to be acknowledged by the local community, because it's only through acknowledgement that there will be better recognition, better remuneration, and higher contribution to their system. And I think this is something that Prime Minister has been working very, very assiduously in terms of interactions with the leadership, the Gulf leadership, and he tells them about the great achievements that the Indians have achieved in their country. And the third factor is that as we grow, as the go, we have to become all part of the same system. And so to integrate them into the global community is the third big objective. And Prime Minister does this at every event that he does for the diaspora overseas, where he engages with them at a personal level, at a collective level, uses them and brings up their spirit and morale so that they can contribute more for themselves as well as for their country.
Okay. Professor Roy, there is also a lot of emphasis on the welfare of the labour force, particularly the Indian labour force, skilled or unskilled labour. The fact that on the Prime Minister's agenda, there is a visit to an Indian labour camp which is planned, and as my colleague Mark talked about the significance or the symbolism attached to it, I think that is also very significant. The welfare of our skilled and unskilled force there. Yes,
it is an extremely important. It's just not the signaling of the actually thing, but it is much more than that, I would say, because the unskilled laborers or the skilled ones, they have always felt that they did not get due attention. So from that point of view, I think Prime Minister's visit to the labor camp is very, very significant part of this visit as I see it. There have been many complaints, which have been coming about from the, problems that these laborers have been facing there. And I think it is the direct indulgence of the top leadership which really makes a difference. So it is just not symbolic, but it is much more than that. And it would really help, in many ways, as far as the laws are concerned, as far as the local, attention is concerned, that there has been, I would say when we're talking about these countries, where we have the kings or the emirs who've been ruling there. So direct connect between the top leadership really makes a difference. And that's where the results are seen in a much more effective way. So for me, I think it is much more than symbolism.
Well, Professor Roy and Ambassador Bhattacharya, do stay with us as we continue to, dwell on the deeper aspects of this relationship. We look historically now, India and Kuwait, the relationship has been anchored. It's also been nurtured by close cultural contacts and people-to-people linkages. In fact, Kuwait has also been invited to join the International Solar Alliance, something that we spoke about a little earlier, and the coalition of disaster-resilient infrastructure. Now, Kuwait has conveyed an in-principle concurrence with its joining of the ISA. Around 26 bilateral agreements, MOUs, have been signed between both sides in various domains, and around 14 agreements and MOUs are at different stages of finalization. The MOU on defense cooperation has been finalized for signing at an appropriate occasion. So these are some of the other aspects of the relationship.
Yes, and elaborating on the already existing cooperation between India and Kuwait, Mark, India and Kuwait have closely cooperated with each other in the fight against COVID-19 pandemic. We can talk about that as well. And India and Kuwait have demonstrated a shared sense of solidarity during the COVID-19 pandemic. If you remember,
Yes.
a consignment of around 200,000 doses of Covishield
Part of the
vaccines was
vaccine
provided,
Maitri program.
yes, on COVID on payment basis in February 2021. Separately, even under the Vande Bharat mission, the embassy facilitated travel of around 2,20,000 approximately Indians back to India.
Indeed, as Prime Minister Modi is on this visit to Kuwait, let's now take a look at, some facets of the India-Kuwait relationship over the years.
Okay, we'll play out this special feature, and we request our guests to please be with us. We are going to get back to you with more discussion. Okay, we've been told that we will continue talking to the guest, and we will just play out that special video.
Ambassador Bhattacharya, if I could come to you, the Prime Minister has also been invited to the inauguration of the Arabian Gulf Cup, premier football event that's starting today in Kuwait. How would you look at this? Because, I mean, after all, football is a sport that's growing in India, and it's a sport with a lot of money as well. And perhaps, the sporting culture that the countries can share is also something that helps the relationship grow.
Well, the Gulf Cup is the premier football tournament for the region. And if we recall, 8 Gulf countries are participants in that. And Kuwait, as you know, has a very strong football team. Though if I recall, maybe they're not the current holders, but I think they must be hoping to get the trophy back. Now, India has a very strong connect on football. You would probably recall that Prime Minister had started a very special initiative on football some years ago, in which we went down to the district level to actually train a group of people at different cohorts at under 14, under 16, under 18 were being trained as part of a football camp called, I think, Project 10 Million, where the idea was to get about 10 million footballers trained so that we would then become more competitive globally. And part of this collaboration was that we started working with many of the Arab countries who are actually very good at football in having some of their coaches come. Sometimes our youngsters teams would go across and play over there. And I personally have also been host to one of these teams when they came to Egypt and then to Turkey, where it was part of the same project. So football has a very strong bond for the people of India. The second thing to note is that the Gulf region is actually getting much more involved in sports as part of the diversification of its economy. Because with sport comes a new kind of economy, which can take away some of the pressure that they will feel with the hydrocarbons drying up. And we think that this is something that we can collaborate on. You would have noticed that recently Saudi Arabia has become part of the cricket league, and they're more active in that. So sports is another kind of diplomacy that is happening, and I'm so happy that Prime Minister is going to be at the inaugural session of this very spectacular tournament.
Right, sir. And as we talked about, why is this visit important, special, historic, significant? Let's also take a look at the various facets of India-Kuwait relationship over the years.
Well, so that, is a nice little package provided by our
The
social
journey
media
so
team.
far. The
Absolutely,
journey so far.
about what we can expect from this momentous visit.
Yes.
But we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we'll continue to dwell on this subject with our guests, Professor Roy and Ambassador Bhattacharya. Do stay with us.
There have been a string of decisions coming from Dhaka which have caused concern in our security establishment, particularly about the Northeast region.
Terrorist outfits are increasing their actions, and they are actually desperate to cause turbulence within India.
Between 2022 and 2024, 60 cadres of ABT have been arrested in West Bengal, in Assam and in Tripura, and 30 are from Bangladesh. So these are very worrying developments.
Every inch of the border is guarded, and we are very sure that none of these militants can penetrate.
Pollution of all types across the globe is a huge problem. But what is the solution to this? Does it require individual efforts, community action, or state interference? Let's take a look at some of the possibilities, challenges and opportunities.
They have to segregate their waste, manage their organic waste within their premises as far as possible. They have to hand over the rest of the waste, the residual waste, to the authorized waste collector.
When the local administration saw what I had done, it decided to build the drainage system you see here, connecting the whole area to it.
Trees are our lifesavers. They give us oxygen, and it's unfair to harm them by hammering iron nails into them just for the sake of acts.
In light of recent developments, can we expect something different with regard to China-India relations? And is there hope for some kind of stability between these two giants of Asia?
I think we should be prepared that China will always seek in this period ahead to contain India. It seeks to contain India in South Asia, for instance. It seeks to contain India when we speak of expansion of the permanent membership of the Security Council. It has never been a supporter. It has sought to contain India on various fronts, so it obviously sees India as a rival.
Thanks for staying with us on our special broadcast. Prime Minister Modi in Kuwait. I'm Sakal Bhatt with my colleague Mark Lin, and we continue to have a special guest, our subject experts on this special broadcast, Ambassador Sanjay Bhattacharya, former Secretary MEA, and also Professor Meena Singh Roy from JNU, West Asia expert. Ambassador, we were talking about some convergences and divergences, if at all any, but talking about the conversations that would revolve around conflict resolution, the strong position that the GCC nations took in the recent summit, the GCC summit, especially end of war in the West Asia, the Gaza and Palestine. There's a detailed, portions dedicated to that. So, in that sense of term, how significant is this visit of Prime Minister Modi, considering the whole global image of him as a peacemaker? We saw his visit to Ukraine, then Russia, and so on and so forth.
I think it's a very important aspect that Prime Minister will also dwell on with his interlocutors in Kuwait. Because peace is the ultimate objective. Nobody really desires war, but we do see that region is really fractured because of war. It's very fascinating that, at a time when the Abraham Accords were actually likely to be extended to include more countries in the Arab world, the events of October 7 happened. And thereafter, of course, we all know that the war broke out between Israel and Palestine, and it was wreaked with huge humanitarian loss. And of course, we also see the power balances in the region, particularly the forces of Hamas and Hezbollah, are largely decimated. So what we see is that the Arab world in particular, whether it is in the GCC or in the Arab League, we see that they have a very strong opposition to the continuance of the war between Israel and Palestine. We do see that they have a very strong support position for the Palestinian cause, and they would wish to resort to a two-state solution. What we also see is that none of them have actually interfered or intervened directly in the conflict that is raging, though they have been from the sidelines making their observations. And I think in some ways, the position that India has is also somewhat similar, not the same, but somewhat similar. One big difference, and that big difference is that India is extremely friendly with both the Arab side as well as the Israeli side. And if there was to be a factor that could bring the two sides together towards a certain rapprochement, a certain disengagement, then India could be one of those elements that could come about in that particular picture. And so I think Prime Minister has right from the outset been a very ardent and vocal about the need for peace, about negotiated settlements. Officially, we have also stated our preference for the two-state solution. So I think in many ways the Arab side understands our position. And I think the Israeli side understands the position too. Right. But at this point of time, the Israeli side has a very, very strong undertaking for continuance of war.
So we are almost, Professor Roy, your thoughts, how do we negotiate this conversation? India and GCC nations are on the same page when it comes to Israel, Palestine, West Asia, Syria, that part of the conflict.
I think we have, convergence of, views when it comes to the issue of dealing with the conflicts. But at the same time, I am not very optimistic about the peace in that part of the region, because these conflicts, have various dimensions. Now, to expect that, we are going to see peace in that part of the region very soon, that is not likely. To be a realist, I would say that. But I think what is possible is the better management of the conflict, so that one can reduce the negative effect of the violence, the negative effect on the civilians. I think this is what would be my expectation, and this is where I think India's image is very, very important. If we look at how skillfully, Prime Minister Modi can speak to, President Putin, and at the same time also to President Zelensky, So that is the skill which our leadership has. And in this visit, I think he's definitely going to talk about the regional issues. And see to it that, peace prevails. But when we are talking about the conflicts in Syria, in Libya, in Lebanon, present situation as it is unfolding between the Gaza and the Israel, I think there are many I would say actors, both the global and the regional, with various interests. And those interests are not, probably there is a greater competition also, while everybody wants peace, while everybody wants, development. But I think the situation is much more complex when we are looking at the conflict there. Okay. But I think, what we can aim at is, some kind of a better management of these, situations, to see and look at the humanitarian cost which is being paid. To look at, how medical supplies, how, the food, can be provided in the conflict zones.
Okay.
So
right.
These issues are much more complex and complicated than what we would probably even understand.
Okay.
Ambassador Bhattacharya, despite the conflicts in the region, the Kuwaiti economy is a stable economy, and its dinar is like the strongest currency in the world currently. So why is that the case? I mean, why is their currency so strong? It's currently at what, 275, one dinar is 275 rupees.
Well, that's the pricing of their foreign exchange. But I think you're essentially correct in terms of the fact that the Kuwaiti economy is strong and stable. It is largely still dependent on the hydrocarbon economy, which in times of war actually sees an uptick, because the prices that you get in times of conflict are usually a little higher. And so the returns to the economy from that principal item becomes much better. But what this also means is that the kind of funds that Kuwait has at its disposal are also enormous. For instance, the Kuwaiti Sovereign Wealth Fund is one of the largest in the world, and there are huge opportunities for collaboration on that particular front. Also, it gives them the necessary cushion to be able to transition as they move towards a greener economy as time goes on, as they kind of embrace many of the climate change issues. And so it's an economy that we can engage with both at a bilateral as well as a regional global level.
Also, Professor Roy, in terms of India needs investments, especially for the infrastructure sector, which we hope will have a huge multiplier effect on our growth going forward. India, with the plan to be a developed country by 2047, huge investments in infrastructure required in trillions of dollars. Can we get some money from Kuwait?
Let's hope for the best. We, they have the reference for made to Sovereign Wealth Fund. They have some probably more than 24 billion, dollars fund with them, which is after Norway, China and UAE. So I think, and now to be a little more practical and realist, yes, India is a good, market with the kind of reforms that have been taken up during, past 7-8 years. So I think it's an attractive country for these Gulf partners. And I'm very hopeful with Prime Minister Modi's visit, we should be able to bring more investments from Kuwait. And as I said, the participation and interaction between the two top leaders is more likely to deliver results as compared to the other visits, I would say. So I'm very hopeful that we are likely to see more investments coming after this visit. But at the same time, we also need to ensure, providing a right kind of a, environment to the investors. So I think that would be the key element for attracting more investments.
Okay.
India is an attractive country today.
Yes, staying with investments, economy, and particularly the trade aspect. Kuwait, we do know, is the current chair of the GCC. It's a rotating chair, and it plays an important role as far as India's GCC outreach is concerned. We did talk about that as well. But Ambassador Banerjee, there is already this conversation between India and GCC. They are negotiating a FTA talk to further enhance the trade relations. Do you think that is going to come up, the nitty-gritties and the forward movement on that front?
From my personal experience, I don't think, the nitty-gritty of that will come up at the summit level interaction, because the trade negotiators would go into the nitty-gritty. But just to give you a bit of a background, we had started the GCC FTA about a decade and a half ago. And it was a fairly difficult negotiation because it involved 6 different partners on the Arab side who had slightly differing economies, priorities, and therefore to come out a common understanding was not easy. And it was for that particular reason that the GCC and the UAE decided that we could go ahead with the FTA, or the SEPA as we call it, with the United Arab Emirates. And that was done in very quick time. We have since resumed the negotiations for the GCC FTA. And I think there is broad understanding on the parameters, but I think the nitty-gritty details will take time and will much greater coordination on the Gulf side, because I think today we are in a stage where we are fairly open to new understandings bilaterally or with the GCC in the regional context, because we understand that in the WTO multilateral context, the possibility of understandings or agreement is still very remote, and therefore we have to work on the regional framework. So we do attach high priority to this. I'm sure they will discuss this, and some broad directives will be given to the negotiators.
Professor Roy, the GCC would be under the Global South, and India, of course, is a strong voice of the Global South, if not the voice of the Global South. So in this context, you know, the relationship with blocs which form part of the Global South is also significant. So how would you view, you know, the Global South narrative as far as the Prime Minister's visit is concerned?
I think the Global South narrative that we have been hearing, and this is where India is the leader, I would say, and there were many hopes, and G20 was also one example of India's success story, where various, I would say, you know, steps do indicate as to how, you know, in practical terms, India has been wanting the voice of Global South to be heard. And, you know, in the era where we are talking about the multilateralism, where we are talking about the voices of the countries who were not heard earlier, I think it's one of the steps that is the key element today in terms of expectations, in terms of delivery. So I think we have to walk along probably road when we are talking about it. We have taken many steps, and this would only strengthen our bond with the Global South. And I only hope that we would probably be delivering much more than what is expected from us.
Ambassador, your thoughts on the Global South narrative, India being the leader, the strongest voice, and also a friend of the Global South, trusted friend.
Right. So I think there is, you know, an evolving idea and understanding of what the Global South is, but it is quite clear that India is definitely at the center of it. You know, there is a certain perception that the Global South needs a leader, and as you might have been familiar, China has staked that claim. But China herself perhaps is not quite a Global South country anymore, because the kind of development that it has achieved and the kind of rivalry that it has got into with the United States. And so the position that India has taken is actually far more appealing to the Global South, which is the voice of the Global South. And in the voice of the Global South, it is not just India. You know, you would recall Prime Minister has hosted 3 Voice of Global South summits, 2 of them on the during the G20 presidency that we held, which was to bring all these voices. And it's very important to know that each voice in the Global South community is significant, and it should be a sign of assurance and confidence to them. And once that is brought to the larger plurilateral body or the multilateral forum, then we will have a much broader and better understanding of how we deal with the current day challenges, because the contemporary challenges are somewhat beyond the capabilities of the multilateral system as it exists today. It needs reform. Until then, what we do have is we have blocks that are actually working out. You can call them blocks or regional associations.
Okay.
And the voice of the Global South is present in many of these regional groupings, whether or sectoral groupings. And so the voice of the Global South is an expanding understanding and concept in which we have different kinds of partners. They could be small island states, they could be developing countries, they could be emerging economies, they could be energy-rich economies. But I think what they all want is that they want the multilateral system to be reformed. And since we cannot wait for that to happen, because that's going rather slow, in the meanwhile, we work out certain modes of cooperation and collaboration, technical, financial, development, so that we can go ahead with the markers that we have on SDGs or our own development priorities. And that's what I think India has done, to bring the Global South together onto a single platform, to evolve single-mindedly the kind of options that you would wish to advance. And I think we've had great support and understanding from the Global South community on this.
Right.
So we seek leadership, but we want all of them to become participative and to have that confidence to pursue their path.
I'm just going to take a little... okay, ma'am, please go ahead. Finish your answer.
Can I just add to what just Ambassador Mukherjee has said, and I think I completely agree with him. We are in an era where, the world is experiencing many conflicts, many challenges, be it climate change, be it pandemic, be it many other traditional and non-traditional challenges. And in this situation, I think the United Nations has not been able to be very effective. And that probably was also one of the key factors. And he alluded to why, the international institution, which the community wants to reform, but you cannot sit back and do nothing. And I think this is where the importance of South-South cooperation and Global South comes in, and where India as a leader has taken up that. We have those groupings and sectoral cooperation in many, sectors. So I think this is something which indicates that we are not going to sit quiet and not talk about it and not do anything. But we will try and see how best we can address those challenges collectively at the regional level, at the trilateral level, at the quadrilateral level. And I think that is what is very, very important to be taken into account.
Right. In fact, Prime Minister Modi met the Kuwaiti Crown Prince on the sidelines of the UNGA in 23rd in September 2024. That was 23rd of September. Al Khalid Al Sabah Al Hamad Al Mubarak Al Sabah. Okay, I'm just a little. I'm going to take a little detour, and if our producer can play those visuals of the glimpses of little India on display, even a country, a Gulf region like Kuwait, where you have Kathakali, Kuchipudi, Bihu, and our other, cultural glimpses on display. I think that is also, that's really overwhelming. I find it extremely beautiful. Our Prime Minister there in Kuwait, yes. Okay, we have some live visuals coming from Kuwait of Prime Minister visiting the labor camp. These are the visuals.
Right, indeed. As we said, this is the SPIC labor camp. In fact, these are camps which labor is sourced from different parts of the world, and they provide labor to construction and to other industries. A lot of them are from India, as we can see, and the housing facilities in these labor camps are adequate. Unfortunately, there was an incident, as we did mention earlier, in June in one of these camps in which there was a fire and 46 Indians lost their lives.
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जो इस वक्त आप तो
Prime Minister Narendra Modi, they're interacting with the skilled laborers or skilled technicians, I think that's the better word, the visuals of the Indian labour camp, that's particularly called the Gulf Spic labour camp in Kuwait. One of the first engagements of Prime Minister Modi. This comes after over 45 Indians, at least 45 Indians lost their lives in a devastating fire in Kuwait earlier this year, and Prime Minister interacting so closely. And I think as we stay with these visuals, Ambassador Bhattacharya, this means a lot, and I think this is historic, and there is so much of symbolism attached to this, that I am with you and I am here to listen to you, and your welfare is my prime priority.
Oh yes, absolutely. You know, I think Prime Minister Modi walks the talk. We have a very large labour community, as you have pointed out, and many of them are somewhat to the vulnerable sections of the skill segment, and therefore sometimes their conditions of work are not quite ideal. Sometimes there is also exploitation and people run away. Sometimes the living conditions are very difficult. The fire that you mentioned was not the first time it had happened, and we have taken it up very strongly with the Kuwaiti side, and the government took very prompt and stern action against the people who were running that establishment. And at that point of time, they were very prompt in repatriating the bodies.
We won't be wrong if we say that Prime Minister Modi happens to be the first Indian Prime Minister to have interacted so closely, engaged with the Indian skilled labour there or technicians there so closely, sharing refreshments with them, closely interacting with them, talking to them, listening to their concerns. This is huge.
So Prime Minister going to the labour camp is definitely huge, as you said, because it gives an indication and signal to the Kuwaiti authorities and the employers that they have to improve the conditions of work over there. And at the same time, it gives the confidence and assurance to the Indian worker that there is somebody who will be behind them, who will take care of them if it comes to the worst. So this is definitely a very, very positive development for the skill movement that is so important for our two countries. And these are the kinds of directions that we've been moving towards, because under the objectives of the migration agreements that we have between India and Kuwait and with some of the other Gulf states as well, we've been consistently trying to improve the conditions of work. And Prime Minister's visit to the labour camp could not have been at a better time, because this gives the highest level of assurance to both that more needs to be done.
Highest level of assurance coming from the Prime Minister of India himself, spending so much of time. Ma'am, your take as we stay with these visuals. He's seen interacting with them, and also most importantly listening to them, and they're all smiles. If you look at their expressions, they are very happy.
Had a meal with them.
Yes, he's having refreshments with them. Ma'am, Roy, Professor Roy.
Absolutely. I think, this is, as I said, the key feature of Prime Minister Modi's connect with our own people there, And if we look at, the skilled technicians, you see, their body language, the facial expression, which tells them, here is the Prime Minister of India himself eating with us. Here is the Prime Minister who's going to be taking up the problems that we would ever face in the country or anything. So it is very, very assuring for them, the situation where Prime Minister himself comes and meets them. And I think it speaks a volume about the welfare.
What do you think this is going to translate? Yes, ma'am. Sorry, I'm interrupting you, but just a quick question. What do you think this is going to translate into in terms of having an impact, a positive impact, as far as the social security, the economic security, and their safety of these workforce of Indian origin in Kuwait is concerned, or the Indian workforce in Kuwait is concerned?
what I feel personally is that, this is the message, this is the signaling also to the, Kuwaiti regime, the management, that here is the top leader of India who's worried about the condition of his laborers. He will take into account, the problems that these people are facing. So I think when we talk about the impact and signaling, this is what is going to probably have. I mean, this is what happened when there was a fire, in the labor house in past. And the way, the Kuwaiti regime reacted to it, the government provided all support to them. So this is very, very important element and signaling here. But in practical terms, I think it will have a lot of impact on the future course of action that, both the governments would be taking up while discussing various issues related to our labor force there.
Ambassador Bhattacharya.
And also one point, it is also an era where these countries, there are unemployments, there are internal changes in terms of the labor laws, many other issues are happening internally also. So I think in that context, this is a very, very important initiative by our Prime Minister to go and give that signal.
Ambassador Bhattacharya, it's not only motivating, obviously, to all the labour workforce there in whom the Prime Minister has met, but also to their families back home.
Oh, yes.
Who are witnessing this and obviously getting a chance to see that there is, first of all, that their people are well and safe. And these are the people who send back money to our communities back home and help them to become upwardly mobile, helping the Indian economy at the very, at the demand level, at the consumption level, very significant contributors actually to India's economy.
I agree very much with what you're saying because, to give a little bit of context to this, it's important because there are so many of our workers who go to the Gulf and many of them face very adverse conditions. Over a period of time, we have been working with the Gulf towards improving the bilateral agreements that we have under which these transfers take place so that they have more secure and regular movements and they have a safe and security in their job environment. And recently we collaborated on the Global Compact for Migration, which was done at the United Nations, in which we are a major contributor and participant, which outlines the kind of framework that both sending countries as well as destination countries should have. And this Global Compact for Migration is now something that is more universally accepted and being implemented. And now the Prime Minister's presence at this particular venue is a clear indication that India stands with these developments and the changes that are necessary at the highest level and the highest kind of assurance that can be given to both the workers and their families back at home, as well as to the people who will look after the rules and regulations in the destination country. So this is a very, very strong signal, and I'm so happy that it has happened.
Professor Roy, you want to add to that in terms of signal and then, yes, translating that into some sort of a policy action? There's a message there.
Also, if I can come in just before you come in, ma'am, the Prime Minister takes best examples from different countries and implements them also in India. So to what extent do you think that, I mean, if this is something positive that he sees, can be brought back into the Indian labor workforce here, which is, sometimes exploited here as well, and seen to give the kind of better standards for labor within our country?
Listen, I mean, I think India is a huge country, and the problems of laborers are not, limited to one sector or one situation. We have the private sector, we have the smaller business community who are exploiting it. So, yes, the best practices can be, given and, sort of explained to the people who are dealing with these problems. So from that point of view, I would say yes, the best practices which we see in these countries, it's a small country when we look at Kuwait. And, the resources are different. Here, I think we are looking at a different level. So I am not saying that this can't be done, but I'm sure whatever Prime Minister sees abroad, he would come back and probably convey it to the respective departments, the bureaucrats, and many other, organizations who would probably be dealing with such problems. So the best practices can always come back and be conveyed and ensured by the people who are responsible to implement it effectively.
Yes, Prime Minister's visit to the workers' camp in Kuwait speaks volumes for the fact that the kind of significance and priority India accords to the welfare of its workforce, Indian workforce working in Kuwait. Let's also move on and talk about the other significant itinerary on Prime Minister's agenda, a 2-day visit to Kuwait. The participation in the Arabian Gulf Cup. Yes, Arabian Gulf Cup later in the day. He's going to be attending the opening ceremony. The fact that Prime Minister has been invited himself by the Emir, and this happens to be one of their showpiece sporting extravaganza, if I may be allowed to use that word. I think that's a very warm gesture by the Kuwaiti dispensation. Ambassador Bhattacharya?
Yes, well, the Arabian Gulf Cup is a very significant event. We talked about it a little while ago. And the invitation to Prime Minister to be at the foundation, at the opening ceremony is certainly an interesting one, because I think it helps us build about a new kind of collaboration in the field of sports diplomacy. And in many ways, this is something that is an emerging area that many of us are exploring, because as the kind of interests of our nation grows, and as it diversifies its economy, there are new kinds of areas that it gets into. So tourism, sports, education, health are some of these areas. And in some ways, this soft culture that it kind of brings about. It also marks, it's also an indication of the kind of transformation that is taking place in the Gulf region. For instance, in Kuwait itself, the participation of its population of both genders at many of these events is fairly high, and it's very, very popular sport. So it has an appeal at various levels, and Prime Minister's participation over there will also provide an opportunity for a quiet and informal interaction with the Emir on various other subjects that may not be football, but maybe very sensitive in nature as well.
Right. Professor Roy, to what extent, do these aspects of soft diplomacy from the Arab countries impact the Indians who live in that region? Because we always see the other way around, that they are impacted a lot by what India takes to those countries. Is there, something that we also imbibe from them?
Of course, it is, I would say, a sports diplomacy which works both ways. The soccer lovers are all over the world, and it is, Ambassador Mukherjee did mention about how the Saudi Arabia, and we've seen the Qatar, how it brought in, and it is linked to the economic development and the incentives which it will bring to not only the country specific. So from that context, it's a win-win situation for both. From India's perspective, I would say we have a huge Indian community living there, and if I understand even one bit, the community does enjoy sports. We've seen the number of Indians who were who tried so many ways to reach, Doha when it was the World Cup there. So I think Kuwait
I'm going to just interrupt you for 3 seconds because earlier we were talking about these, visuals of India's classical heritage dances on display in heart of Kuwait. You're looking at Kathakali, you're looking at Bihu, you're looking at Kuchipudi, and this is Prime Minister Modi in Kuwait. Little India in every nook and corner of the world, including Kuwait.
Absolutely. It is whether we look at West Asia, whether we look at Central Asia, or we look at any other part of the world, Indian culture, Indian religion, Indian spiritual dimension of India, which is also, yoga. So I think the strong basis of, this soft power diplomacy that we've seen in a much more effective way as it has been seen in past 10 years, I would say, is phenomenal. So displaying, and there is a greater acceptance, we've seen, the local community learning, Indian dances, music. So I think it is just not what you see, their Indian diversified culture being projected, but it also attracts the attention of the local people. I mean, the India culture centers are there in various embassies, and how they project. There are teachers, you have huge number of students, wanting to learn those art which India is very famous for, whether it's Kathakali, whether it is Bharatnatyam or Bihu, or music also, and instrumental musics as well. So I think there are a lot of takers locally, I would say. This kind of a projection of Indian art and music and culture and yoga, including in that, gives a strong basis of people to people connect. Now you would see even the 10-year-old kid, coming and learning these arts from India. So I think this is one part of our bond that will help strengthen the people-to-people contact. So from that point of view, I think it's a very, very important.
Ambassador Bhattacharya, we often look at, we divide the world geographically, and we've been calling this region West Asia, and we look at, a policy of Act East. But if we look at the world from their point of view, they have also been acting East, isn't it? They've been developing very close ties with a lot of the countries to their east, and expanding all their trade, etc., with Asia to a large extent. How do you view this, geographically, and how the GCC looks at the region and Asia as a whole?
I like the way you described it as the Act East of the Arab world or of the GCC. In fact, it's a very interesting concept. It is true, for a very long time in the region of the Arabian Peninsula has been deeply connected with South Asia, or India in particular. And it was the flow of philosophy. The Basra pearl came from the region that is off the seas of Kuwait, and the spices traveled back and forth. So the connect has been there for a very long time. People understand each other at a deep, fundamental, cultural, civilizational level. And I think that, in a sense, gives them the comfort to actually engage in the transformations that are happening today. And the transformations that are happening today are, to expand the huge energy sector that they are so richly endowed in, but more importantly, to engage in the transformation that they have to make, because the oil is not going to last forever, or they cannot exploit it forever. So what is the transition that they make to make? And you will see how many of these GCC countries are making that transition and choosing key partners. And for each of them, obviously, then they go back to the countries or the people that they're more comfortable with. And for the Arab world, to be comfortable with somebody is an extremely important aspect when they try and build a partnership or a new relationship. And that happens very naturally with India. So I think in many ways, we are also what I call natural partners. And we don't have differences between us. We have only common points. And the kind of ability that we can have to develop upon them is only limited by the kind of engagement that we have, that we actually indulge in. And to some extent, I would say that the relationship with the GCC is somewhat underdeveloped. It has much more potential. And I think the potential becomes much greater to be realized when both sides are going. And today, both sides are undergoing and conscious of that transformation. In India, particularly, as you see. So I think the partnership between GCC and India in particular, and of course going further on to the rest of Asia as well, is poised for a very fundamental transition that is going to address the challenges and interests of the world of tomorrow. And I think that is one of the key issues that Prime Minister will be discussing with his interlocutor.
Professor Roy, in terms of the multipolar world that is emerging and the fact that more and more countries of significance are playing a bigger role, India of course being one of them, how would you view BRICS for one and its expansion? Also some of the GCC countries were invited to join BRICS. How would you look at this particular grouping and its kind of role going forward, looking at this particular area and India's role in it?
I think I call it new regionalism,
Okay.
We are in an era where we've seen that the world is divided. We also see that, there are major challenges affecting certain, regional countries. And from that point of view, I think the BRICS is an important, organization. But are we for, part of a regional grouping because it is anti-West or pro-China or pro-Russia? I don't think that is what is the point which we need to talk about. And this has been clarified by a foreign minister. It has been clarified by a prime minister. So I think these groupings are meant to see the benefits which it can provide the regional countries, but there are also challenges, let me say. None of these organizations are free from the challenges. But the goal is to ensure development. The goal is to bring, the regional partners who would work on the common agendas, the common developmental issues. But at the same time, there would be some challenges as well. So from that point of view, you see the expansion of BRICS is something which was very, very natural, But at the same time, there is also a provision saying that if you bring in too many, countries as a permanent members, then the whole purpose of it gets diluted. So the other way to deal with is that you bring the partners, you bring the dialogue partners, where you have the discussion, but you also don't deny the involvement of the other countries. For example, we have UAE, but Saudi Arabia has been invited. They haven't, joined as such the BRICS for now. So BRICS has its own significance. It has its own agendas. It has its own goal. And I think India is very clear, when it talks about its involvement in the BRICS. So from that point of view, I see that it is about bringing and addressing the common challenges. And also, we are seeing the narrative of de-dollarization,
yes,
when
I was wanting to come to that actually, yes.
BRICS and SCO, but that has been clarified. That is not what India is looking at. We are looking at dealing with the common challenges together. So this is how I look at it. It has its own benefits, it has its own merits, but it also has to deal with the challenges within it. Now, the success of these, groupings or regional organizations, you may call it. It will depend on the countries, how they address the problems, and they get above the very narrow interest of theirs. So I think this probably will put them on the path of addressing the common challenges collectively and effectively.
Right, Ambassador Bhattacharya, we continue to see on our screen the Prime Minister's interaction with workers at the SPIC program. But, I was talking a little earlier about how they bring in foreign exchange into the country, and Professor Roy was talking about de-dollarization. Not that I mean, one can connect the two, but the point is that if we have to see the importance of foreign exchange coming into India, how crucial are these areas and the Indian diaspora in facilitating that?
So of course, I think remittances are an extremely important aspect of migration because when Indian workers go overseas, essentially what they're doing is they're diversifying their risk portfolio so that some members of the family may be staying back and looking after the farm at home, while some members go to the Gulf and earn some foreign exchange and send it back home. We are, as you know, the largest recipient of foreign remittances globally, and it has grown quite significantly in recent times. And there was a point of time when the share of remittances from the Gulf was very high. In fact, it was about 70% about 6 years ago or 7 years ago. But today it has fallen to under 50%. In other words, the share of remittances from the Gulf region has fallen, although not in absolute terms, because it's still growing in absolute numbers, but the share has gone down. And the reason why this is happening is because the per capita income in the Gulf region for the migrant worker or the Indian diaspora that is working, many of whom are in the low-skilled jobs, has not really grown at the same pace as the income levels that have risen in other parts of the world. And therefore, part of the attempt is to bring about a greater skilling exercise for our people, because if you are better skilled, if you are better provided in terms of the technical qualifications, then you have a higher prospect of earning a better income. And that's one of the things that we try and do, as well as other ways in which we try and improve the income level of remittance back home.
Okay, we must tell our viewers and our guest also that we are standing by for yet another special event on day one of Prime Minister Modi's engagement, which happens to be the inauguration ceremony of the Arabian Gulf Cup. It's a premier sporting event, sporting extravaganza in the Gulf region, and Prime Minister Modi is a very, very special invitee, their distinguished invitee rather. And as we talk about this and the other optics and the significance of this visit of Prime Minister Modi to Kuwait, DD India's Akshay Dogre joins us on a phone line from the very event where which takes the center stage now. Akshay, over to you. Like now, we saw those visuals. First of all, I think you were present there at the workers' camp in Kuwait when Prime Minister visited there a while back, and interaction with them, sitting with them, talking to them, having a meal with them. I think take us through what all happened inside and also what is expected next.
See, I was present in that very hall where Prime Minister interacted, and one thing that perhaps every worker there said when they spoke with us is that they didn't feel like they were speaking to a Prime Minister of the world's largest democracy, a Prime Minister of 40 crore people. They said that they felt like they were speaking to a family member. These are people who stay away from their families, who have been staying away from their home, from their country, from their family members. And this is perhaps they care about the most. This personal touch. A personal touch of a family member, and that's what they felt today when Prime Minister Narendra Modi interacted with them. PM asked about their personal lives, PM asked about their families, PM asked these workers do they want and how do they see India now, before they left and now that they see the country progressing, leaps and bounds. So everyone was in one voice. They said that they are proud of the way the country is developing. They're proud of the way the country is making progress. And in fact, the kind of leadership that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has showed to the world, they also feel quite respected now, much more than before. In the country that they have been working at. Here, even their social status, even their respect has been elevated with the kind of leadership Prime Minister Narendra Modi has showed to the world, the kind of center stage that India has now taken when it comes to global affairs. And this is not only being felt, at the level of geopolitics. This is also a feeling that these people feel, who are the building blocks of the society here in Kuwait. These are people who are the largest expat community of Kuwait. Indians form the largest expat community in Kuwait. Over 1 million people work here in every sphere of life. And this is what they felt when they interacted with the Prime Minister. That a friend was talking to them, a family member was inquiring about them, and a family member who watches over them, who protects them, who provides them security. So that was the feeling that every worker who interacted with the Prime Minister had.
Akshay, so as you're with us, we are standing by also for this community event at the Sheikh Saad Al Abdullah Sports Complex in Sabah Al Salem area of Kuwait. This is the community event which is only by invitation, and it hosts about 4,000 to 5,000 people max. Tell us a little bit about this event and, about the preparations and what we can expect.
Well, absolutely. It is going to be another magnificent event that is going to take place in Kuwait. You have rightly mentioned that a lot of preparations have taken place for this particular event, and Prime Minister will be, in fact, interacting with other diaspora members as well. This is a community event as well. A lot of Indian diaspora members will be present, and as far as Prime Minister's interactions, Prime Minister's focuses have been seen in the past. PM this time as well is making it a point to not only talk about the current issues or the relation between the two countries, but also the people-to-people connect, the living bridge that these diaspora members form between the two countries. PM when he interacted with the workers here, at the labor camp, he rightly mentioned that it took a lot of time for a Prime Minister of India to come and meet these people after 43 years, and Indian Prime Minister has come, and this personal touch that was needed, that there was a lack of this personal felt by the people here, that has been fulfilled. That vacuum has been filled by Prime Minister Narendra Modi's activities here today, and we can over the period of next 24 hours as well, we can see a lot more are taking place, where Prime Minister will make it a point to ensure that anything and everything that the Indian diaspora here needs, he will make sure that they get as well.
Right, we continue to show the visuals of the workers' camp. Tell us a little bit about the workers, Akshay. They obviously come from different parts of India. One can clearly see that. They must be speaking different languages, and yet they are all one and united, as we can clearly see as well in receiving the Prime Minister.
Can you repeat your question?
I was talking about how, as per the visuals, we can clearly see that the workers in this camp come from different parts of India. Obviously, they'll be speaking different languages because that's the nature of our country. So, in this context, how, just put into context to the meeting with Prime Minister, and how, it's a really case of unity and diversity.
Well, absolutely. In fact, when we were present inside that particular hall, we felt as if we were inside a mini India. Prime Minister interacted with workers from Orissa, from Maharashtra, from Gujarat, from Andhra Pradesh, from almost every part of the country. When he spoke to an Orisi worker, he started the conversation by saying Jai Jagannath. When he interacted with a Marathi worker, he made it a point to speak in Marathi a little bit before he started speaking in Hindi. With the Gujarati worker, he in fact said Kem Cho, which is how are you in Gujarati. He in fact interacted in Gujarati as well. When he spoke to a Tamil worker, he started the conversation by saying Vanakkam. PM has always made it a point to make sure that this unity in diversity is respected by him as well. That people not only feel that he's the Prime Minister.
Okay, let's go live back to Kuwait. The Farhala Modi event, huge, as big as it gets. There's a wave of excitement amongst the Indian diaspora, and what is also breathtaking are these, not the visuals of the tricolor only, but the whole lighting, which has an underlying theme of India's tricolor.
It's an indoor stadium.
Indoor stadium. Yes, Ma, go ahead.
Indeed, an indoor stadium, and obviously it has it seats about 5,000 people, packed as we can see. And there are people in the arena down as well as in the stands. This stadium is called the Sheikh Saad Al Abdullah Sports Complex, and it's in Sabah Al Salim area, which is in Kuwait.
भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। नमस्कार। अभी 2-2.5 घंटे पहले ही मैं कुवैत पहुंचा हूं और जब से यहां कदम रखा है तब से ही चारों तरफ एक अलग ही अपनापन, एक अलग ही गर्मजोशी महसूस कर रहा हूं। आप सब भारत के अलग अलग राज्यों से आए हैं, लेकिन आप सभी को देखकर ऐसा लग रहा है जैसे मेरे सामने मिनी हिंदुस्तान उमड़ आया है। यहां पर नॉर्थ, साउथ, ईस्ट, वेस्ट, हर क्षेत्र के अलग अलग भाषा बोली बोलने वाले लोग मेरे सामने नजर आ रहे हैं, लेकिन सबके दिल में एक ही गुंज है, सबके दिल में एक ही गुंज है, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। यहां हर कल्चर की फेस्टिविटी है। अभी आप क्रिसमस और न्यू ईयर की तैयारी कर रहे हैं, फिर पोंगल आने वाला है, मकर संक्रांति हो, लोहड़ी हो, बिहू हो, ऐसे अनेक त्योहार बहुत दूर नहीं है। मैं आप सभी को क्रिसमस की, न्यू ईयर की और देश के कोने कोने में मनाए जाने वाले सभी त्योहारों की बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। साथियों, आज निजी रूप से मेरे लिए ये पल बहुत खास है। 43 इयर्स, 4 दशक से भी ज्यादा समय, 43 इयर्स के बाद भारत का कोई प्रधानमंत्री कुवैत आया है। आपको हिंदुस्तान से यहां आना है तो 4 घंटे लगते हैं, प्रधानमंत्री को 4 दशक लग गए। आप में से कितने ही साथी तो पीढ़ियों से कुवैत में ही रह रहे हैं, बहुतों का तो जन्म ही यहीं हुआ है और हर साल सैकड़ों भारतीय आपके समूह में जुड़ते जाते हैं। आपने कुवैत के समाज में भारतीयता का तड़का लगाया है। आपने कुवैत के कैनवास पर भारतीय हुनर का रंग भरा है। आपने कुवैत में भारत के टैलेंट, टेक्नोलॉजी और ट्रेडिशन का मसाला मिक्स किया है। और इसलिए मैं आज यहां सिर्फ आपसे मिलने ही नहीं आया हूं, आप सभी की उपलब्धियों को सेलिब्रेट करने के लिए आया हूं। साथियों, थोड़ी देर पहले ही मेरी यहां काम करने वाले भारतीय श्रमिकों, प्रोफेशनल से मुलाकात हुई है। ये साथी यहां कंस्ट्रक्शन के काम से जुड़े हैं, अन्य अनेक सेक्टर्स में भी अपना पसीना बहा रहे हैं। भारतीय समुदाय के डॉक्टर्स, नर्सेज, पैरामेडिक्स के रूप में कुवैत के मेडिकल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की बहुत बड़ी शक्ति है। आप में से जो टीचर्स हैं वे कुवैत की अगली पीढ़ी को मजबूत बनाने में सहयोग कर रहे हैं। आप में से जो इंजीनियर्स हैं, आर्किटेक्ट हैं, वे कुवैत के नेक्स्ट जनरेशन इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का निर्माण कर रहे हैं। और साथियों, जब भी मैं कुवैत की लीडरशिप से बात करता हूं तो वो आप सभी की बहुत प्रशंसा करते हैं। कुवैत के नागरिक भी आप सभी भारतीयों की मेहनत, आपकी ईमानदारी, आपकी स्किल की वजह से आपका बहुत मान करते हैं। आज भारत रेमिटेंस के मामले में दुनिया में सबसे आगे है, तो इसका बहुत बड़ा श्रेय भी आप सभी मेहनत का साथियों को जाता है। देशवासी भी आपके इस योगदान का सम्मान करते हैं। साथियों, भारत और कुवैत का रिश्ता सभ्यताओं का है, सागर का है, स्नेह का है, व्यापार कारोबार का है। भारत और कुवैत अरब सागर के दो किनारों पर बसे हैं। हमें सिर्फ डिप्लोमेसी ने ही नहीं बल्कि दिलों ने आपस में जोड़ा है। हमारा वर्तमान ही नहीं बल्कि हमारा अतीत भी हमें जोड़ता है। एक समय था जब कुवैत से मोती, खजूर और शानदार नस्ल के घोड़े भारत जाते थे और भारत से भी बहुत सारा सामान यहां आता रहा है। भारत के चावल, भारत की चाय, भारत के मसाले, कपड़े, लकड़ी यहां आती थी। भारत की टीकवुड से बनी नौकाओं में सवार होकर कुवैत के नाविक लंबी यात्राएं करते थे। कुवैत के मोती भारत के लिए किसी हीरे से कम नहीं रहे हैं। आज भारत की ज्वेलरी की पूरी दुनिया में धूम है, तो उसमें कुवैत के मोतियों का भी योगदान है। गुजरात में तो हम बड़े बुजुर्गों से सुनते आए हैं कि पिछली शताब्दियों में कुवैत से कैसे लोगों का, व्यापारी कारोबारियों का आना जाना रहता था। खासतौर पर 19वीं सेंचुरी में ही कुवैत से व्यापारी सूरत आने लगे थे, तब सूरत कुवैत के मोतियों के लिए इंटरनेशनल मार्केट हुआ करता था। सूरत हो, पोरबंदर हो, वेरावल हो, गुजरात के बंदरगाह इन पुराने संबंधों के साक्षी है। कुवैती व्यापारियों ने गुजराती भाषा में अनेक किताबें भी पब्लिश की है। गुजरात के बाद कुवैत के व्यापारियों ने मुंबई और दूसरे बाजारों में भी उन्होंने अलग पहचान बनाई थी। यहां के प्रसिद्ध व्यापारी अब्दुल लतीफ अल अब्दुल रज्जाक की किताब हाउ टू कैलकुलेट पर्ल वेट मुंबई में छपी थी। कुवैत के बहुत सारे व्यापारियों ने एक्सपोर्ट और इंपोर्ट के लिए मुंबई, कोलकाता, पोरबंदर, वेरावल और गोवा में अपने ऑफिस खोले हैं। कुवैत के बहुत सारे परिवार आज भी मुंबई की मोहम्मद अली स्ट्रीट में रहते हैं। बहुत सारे लोगों को ये जानकर हैरानी होगी, 60-65 साल पहले कुवैत में भारतीय रुपये वैसे ही चलते थे जैसे भारत में चलते हैं। यानी यहां किसी दुकान से कुछ खरीदने पर भारतीय रुपये ही स्वीकार किए जाते थे। तब भारतीय करेंसी की जो शब्दावली थी, जैसे रुपया, पैसा, आना, ये भी कुवैत के लोगों के लिए बहुत ही सामान्य था। साथियों, भारत दुनिया के उन पहले देशों में से एक है जिसने कुवैत की स्वतंत्रता के बाद उसे मान्यता दी थी। और इसलिए जिस देश से, जिस समाज से इतनी सारी यादें जुड़ी हैं, जिससे हमारा वर्तमान जुड़ा है, वहां आना मेरे लिए बहुत यादगार है। मैं कुवैत के लोगों का, यहां की सरकार का बहुत आभारी हूं। मैं हिज हाइनेस द अमीर का उनके इनविटेशन के लिए विशेष रूप से धन्यवाद देता हूं। साथियों, अतीत में कल्चर और कॉमर्स ने जो रिश्ता बनाया था, वो आज नई सदी में नई बुलंदी की तरफ आगे बढ़ रहा है। आज कुवैत भारत का बहुत अहम एनर्जी और ट्रेड पार्टनर है। कुवैत की कंपनियों के लिए भी भारत एक बड़ा इन्वेस्टमेंट डेस्टिनेशन है। मुझे याद है, हिज हाइनेस क्राउन प्रिंस ऑफ कुवैत ने न्यूयॉर्क में हमारी मुलाकात के दौरान एक कहावत का जिक्र किया था। उन्होंने कहा था, when you are in need, India is your destination. भारत और कुवैत के नागरिकों ने दुख के समय में, संकट काल में भी एक दूसरे की हमेशा मदद की है। कोरोना महामारी के दौरान दोनों देशों ने हर स्तर पर एक दूसरे की मदद की। जब भारत को सबसे ज्यादा जरूरत पड़ी तो कुवैत ने हिंदुस्तान को लिक्विड ऑक्सीजन की सप्लाई दी। हिज हाइनेस द क्राउन प्रिंस ने खुद आगे आकर सबको तेजी से काम करने के लिए प्रेरित किया। मुझे संतोष है कि भारत ने भी कुवैत को वैक्सीन और मेडिकल टीम भेजकर इस संकट से लड़ने का साहस दिया। भारत ने अपने पोर्ट्स खुले रखे ताकि कुवैत और इसके आसपास के क्षेत्रों में खाने पीने की चीजों का कोई अभाव ना हो। अभी इसी साल जून में यहां कुवैत में कितना हृदय विदारक हादसा हुआ। मंगल में जो अग्निकांड हुआ उसमें अनेक भारतीय लोगों ने अपना जीवन खोया। मुझे जब ये खबर मिली तो बहुत चिंता हुई थी, लेकिन उस समय कुवैत सरकार ने जिस तरह का सहयोग किया वो एक भाई ही कर सकता है। मैं कुवैत के इस जज्बे को सलाम करूंगा। साथियों, हर सुख दुख में साथ रहने की ये परंपरा हमारे आपसी रिश्ते, आपसी भरोसे की बुनियाद है। आने वाले दशकों में हम अपनी समृद्धि के भी बड़े पार्टनर बनेंगे। हमारे लक्ष्य भी बहुत अलग नहीं है। कुवैत के लोग न्यू कुवैत के निर्माण में जुटे हैं। भारत के लोग भी साल 2047 तक देश को एक डेवलप्ड नेशन बनाने में जुटे हैं। कुवैत ट्रेड और इनोवेशन के जरिए एक डायनेमिक इकोनॉमी बनना चाहता है। भारत भी आज इनोवेशन पर बल दे रहा है, अपनी इकोनॉमी को लगातार मजबूत कर रहा है। ये दोनों लक्ष्य एक दूसरे को सपोर्ट करने वाले हैं। न्यू कुवैत के निर्माण के लिए जो इनोवेशन, जो स्किल, जो टेक्नोलॉजी, जो मैन पावर चाहिए वो भारत के पास है। भारत के स्टार्टअप्स, फिनटेक से हेल्थ केयर तक, स्मार्ट सिटी से ग्रीन टेक्नोलॉजी तक, कुवैत की हर जरूरत के लिए कटिंग एज सॉल्यूशंस बना सकते हैं। भारत का स्किल यूथ कुवैत की फ्यूचर जर्नी को भी नई स्ट्रेंथ दे सकता है। साथियों, भारत में दुनिया की स्किल कैपिटल बनने का भी सामर्थ्य है। आने वाले कई दशकों तक भारत दुनिया का सबसे युवा देश रहने वाला है। ऐसे में भारत दुनिया की स्किल डिमांड को पूरा करने का सामर्थ्य रखता है और इसके लिए भारत दुनिया की जरूरतों को देखते हुए अपने युवाओं का स्किल डेवलपमेंट कर रहा है, स्किल अपग्रेडेशन कर रहा है। भारत ने हाल के वर्षों में करीब 2 दर्जन देशों के साथ माइग्रेशन और रोजगार से जुड़े समझौते किए। इनमें गल्फ कंट्रीज के अलावा जापान, ऑस्ट्रेलिया, फ्रांस, जर्मनी, मॉरिशस, यूके और इटली जैसे देश शामिल हैं। दुनिया के देश भी भारत की स्किल्ड मैन पावर के लिए दरवाजे खोल रहे हैं। साथियों, विदेशों में जो भारतीय काम कर रहे हैं, उनके वेलफेयर और सुविधाओं के लिए भी अनेक देशों से समझौते किए जा रहे हैं। आप ई माइग्रेट पोर्टल से परिचित होंगे। इसके जरिए विदेशी कंपनियां और रजिस्टर्ड एजेंटों की एक ही प्लेटफॉर्म पर लाया गया है। इससे मैन पावर की कहां जरूरत है, किस तरह की मैन पावर चाहिए, किस कंपनी को चाहिए, ये सब आसानी से पता चल जाता है। इस पोर्टल की मदद से बीते 4-5 सालों में ही लाखों साथी यहां खाड़ी देशों में भी आए हैं। ऐसे हर प्रयास के पीछे एक ही लक्ष्य है, भारत के टैलेंट से दुनिया की तरक्की हो और जो बाहर कामकाज के लिए गए हैं उनको हमेशा सहूलियत रहे। कुवैत में भी आप सभी को भारत के इन प्रयासों से बहुत फायदा होने वाला है। साथियों, हम दुनिया में कहीं भी रहे, उस देश का सम्मान करते हैं और भारत को नई ऊंचाई छूता देख उतने ही प्रसन्न भी होते हैं। आप सभी भारत से यहां आए, यहां रहे, लेकिन भारतीयता को आपने अपने दिल में संजो कर रखा है। अब आप मुझे बताइए, कौन भारतीय होगा जिसे मंगलायन की सफलता पर गर्व नहीं होगा? कौन भारतीय होगा जिसे चंद्रयान की चंद्रमा पर लैंडिंग की खुशी नहीं हुई होगी? मैं सही कह रहा हूं कि नहीं कह रहा हूं? आज का भारत एक नए मिजाज के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है। आज भारत दुनिया की 5वीं सबसे बड़ी इकोनॉमी है। आज दुनिया का नंबर 1 फिनटेक इकोसिस्टम भारत में है। आज दुनिया का तीसरा सबसे बड़ा स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम भारत में है। आज भारत दुनिया का दूसरा सबसे बड़ा मोबाइल निर्माता देश है। मैं आपको एक आंकड़ा देता हूं और सुनकर आपको भी अच्छा लगेगा। बीते 10 साल में भारत ने जितना ऑप्टिकल फाइबर बिछाया है, भारत में जितना ऑप्टिकल फाइबर बिछाया है, उसकी लंबाई वो धरती और चंद्रमा की दूरी से भी 8 गुना अधिक है। आज भारत दुनिया के सबसे डिजिटल कनेक्टेड देशों में से एक है। छोटे छोटे शहरों से लेकर गांवों तक हर भारतीय डिजिटल टूल्स का उपयोग कर रहा है। भारत में स्मार्ट डिजिटल सिस्टम अब लग्जरी नहीं बल्कि कॉमन मैन की रोजमर्रा की जिंदगी में शामिल हो गया है। भारत में चाय पीते हैं, रेहड़ी पटरी पर फल खरीदते हैं तो डिजिटली पेमेंट करते हैं। राशन मंगाना है, खाना मंगाना है, फल सब्जियां मंगानी है, घर का फुटकर सामान मंगाना है, बहुत कम समय में ही डिलीवरी हो जाती है और पेमेंट भी फोन से ही हो जाता है। डॉक्यूमेंट्स रखने के लिए लोगों के पास डिजी लॉकर है। एयरपोर्ट पर सीमलेस ट्रैवल के लिए लोगों के पास डिजी यात्रा है। टोल बूथ पर समय बचाने के लिए लोगों के पास फास्टैग है। भारत लगातार डिजिटली स्मार्ट हो रहा है और ये तो अभी शुरुआत है। भविष्य का भारत ऐसे इनोवेशन की तरफ बढ़ने वाला है जो पूरी दुनिया को दिशा दिखाएगा। भविष्य का भारत दुनिया के विकास का हब होगा, दुनिया का ग्रोथ इंजन होगा। वो समय दूर नहीं जब भारत दुनिया का ग्रीन एनर्जी हब होगा। फार्मा हब होगा, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स हब होगा, ऑटोमोबाइल हब होगा, सेमीकंडक्टर हब होगा, लीगल इंश्योरेंस हब होगा, कॉन्ट्रैक्टिंग कॉमर्शियल हब होगा। आप देखेंगे जब दुनिया के बड़े बड़े इकोनॉमी सेंटर्स भारत में होंगे। ग्लोबल कैपेबिलिटी सेंटर्स हो, ग्लोबल टेक्नोलॉजी सेंटर्स हो, ग्लोबल इंजीनियरिंग सेंटर्स हो, इनका बहुत बड़ा हब भारत बनेगा। साथियों, हम पूरे विश्व को एक परिवार मानते हैं। भारत एक विश्व बंधु के रूप में दुनिया के भले की सोच के साथ आगे चल रहा है और दुनिया भी भारत की इस भावना को मान दे रही है। आज 21 दिसंबर 2024 को दुनिया अपना पहला वर्ल्ड मेडिटेशन डे सेलिब्रेट कर रही है। ये भारत की हजारों वर्षों की मेडिटेशन परंपरा को ही समर्पित है। 2015 से दुनिया 21 जून को इंटरनेशनल योगा डे मनाती आ रही है। ये भी भारत की योग परंपरा को समर्पित है। साल 2023 को दुनिया ने इंटरनेशनल मिलेट ईयर के रूप में मनाया। ये भी भारत के प्रयासों और प्रस्ताव से ही संभव हो सका। आज भारत का योग दुनिया के हर रीजन को जोड़ रहा है। आज भारत की ट्रेडिशनल मेडिसिन, हमारा आयुर्वेद, हमारे आयुष प्रोडक्ट ग्लोबल वेलनेस को समृद्ध कर रहे हैं। आज हमारे सुपर फूड मिलेट्स, हमारे श्री अन्न, न्यूट्रिशन और हेल्दी लाइफस्टाइल का बड़ा आधार बन रहे हैं। आज नालंदा से लेकर IITs तक का हमारा नॉलेज सिस्टम ग्लोबल नॉलेज इकोसिस्टम को स्ट्रेंथ दे रहा है। आज भारत ग्लोबल कनेक्टिविटी की भी एक अहम कड़ी बन रहा है। पिछले साल भारत में हुए G20 सम्मेलन के दौरान भारत मिडिल ईस्ट यूरोप कॉरिडोर की घोषणा हुई थी। ये कॉरिडोर भविष्य की दुनिया को नई दिशा देने वाला है। साथियों, विकसित भारत की यात्रा आप सभी के सहयोग, भारतीय डायस्पोरा की भागीदारी के बिना अधूरी है। मैं आप सभी को विकसित भारत के संकल्प से जुड़ने के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूं। नए साल का पहला महीना 2025 का जनवरी इस बार अनेक राष्ट्रीय उत्सवों का महीना होने वाला है। इसी साल 8 से 10 जनवरी तक भुवनेश्वर में प्रवासी भारतीय दिवस का आयोजन होगा। दुनिया भर से लोग आएंगे। मैं आप सबको इस कार्यक्रम के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूं। इस यात्रा में आप पुरी में महाप्रभु जगन्नाथ जी का आशीर्वाद ले सकते हैं। इसके बाद प्रयागराज में आप महाकुंभ में शामिल होने के लिए प्रयागराज पधारिए। ये 13 जनवरी से 26 फरवरी तक चलने वाला है, करीब 1.5 महीना। 26 जनवरी को आप गणतंत्र दिवस देखकर ही वापस लौटिए। और हां, आप अपने कुवैती दोस्तों को भी भारत लाइए, उनको भारत घुमाइए। यहां पर कभी एक समय था, यहां पर कभी श्री दिलीप कुमार साहब ने पहले भारतीय रेस्तोरां का उद्घाटन किया था। भारत का असली जायका तो वहां जाकर ही पता चलेगा। इसलिए अपने कुवैती दोस्तों को इसके लिए जरूर तैयार करना है। साथियों, मैं जानता हूं कि आप सभी आज से शुरू हो रहे अरेबियन गल्फ कप के लिए भी बहुत उत्सुक है। आप कुवैत की टीम को चीयर करने के लिए तत्पर है। मैं हिज हाइनेस द अमीर का आभारी हूं। उन्होंने मुझे उद्घाटन समारोह में गेस्ट ऑफ ऑनर के रूप में इनवाइट किया है। ये दिखाता है कि रॉयल फैमिली, कुवैत की सरकार आप सभी का, भारत का कितना सम्मान करती है। भारत कुवैत रिश्तों को आप सभी ऐसे ही सशक्त करते रहे, इसी कामना के साथ फिर से आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Live visuals from Sheikh Al Saad Stadium in the heart of Kuwait, reverberating with the slogans of Bharat Mata Ki Jai by Prime Minister of India Narendra Modi at that extravaganza cultural community event titled Hala Modi. Prime Minister spoke for more than about half an hour and he touched upon Brad India. In fact, the whole event in fact started with the play out of the national anthem of two countries. Prime Minister specifically spoke about how the Indian workforce is praised by the Kuwaiti leadership and the respect comes for their skill. India's skill is highly respected.
Talked about a celebration also, about how, you know, India celebrates so many festivals. This is also a type of a celebration in a sense. We are seeing that on the screen to some extent. But also he talked about a new Kuwait and a new India, isn't it?
Yes.
And allowed how the dynamism is coming in from the youth of India, which is the youngest country in the world. And India will be, you know, for a long time providing skilled labor to many of these parts. And that is, in a sense, the core of the relationship between India and Kuwait.
Prime Minister spoke about the transformative phase or the transformative journey that Kuwait is undergoing at the moment. Specific mention of making of new Kuwait. That's wherein India can pitch in, and how India is friend of Kuwait in that sense of the term, in terms of innovation, skill, fintech, smart city, green technology, and cutting edge solutions that India can provide as far as the making of a new Kuwait is concerned. And also Prime Minister spoke about the historical, cultural ties, the trade linkages in the earlier era of civilization that India-Kuwait shared, especially the trade of jewelry, also rice, Indian spices, India's rice, and much more. And we are also joined by our special guest on this broadcast to talk about the messaging and what this really translates into when it comes to not only the most preferred Indian diaspora in Kuwait, but more in terms of India and Kuwait bilateral ties. Let's quickly welcome Prabhu Dayal, Ambassador Prabhu Dayal, on this special broadcast, former Indian High Commissioner to Kuwait, and also Burzeen Wagma, Middle East expert and fellow Royal United Services Institute, London, joining us live from London. Ambassador Dayal, your take. How do you, what is the underlying message here? There has been a considerable portion of Honorable Prime Minister's speech dedicated to India's skilled workforce, where PMs also, Mark, talked about how India is poised to become the world's youngest nation and the skill capital of the world. Your opening remarks.
Well, the messaging is very, very clear, and there is no doubt that the Prime Minister was able to convey it in very well articulated terms. Of course, this was the first Prime Ministerial visit after 43 years. It is the first visit by Prime Minister Modi to Kuwait. It is the first high-level interaction after a decade between the two countries. But significantly, the message has gone across in very clear terms that India is well poised to partner Kuwait in Kuwait's desire in terms of its Vision 2035. You know, Kuwait has articulated a policy document which pertains to how it sees the country in 2035, a new Kuwait. And there are some strategic development goals which Kuwait has defined. For instance, increasing local productivity and the development of the non-oil sector. Again, for instance, engaging the private sector into the national economic activity, how to support human and social development, how to train and qualify national human resources. So in terms of all this, India is seen as a very good partner because India has the basic wherewithal to assist Kuwait in the pursuit of its Vision 2035 aspirations. I think that the Prime Minister was able to send across a message very well. And of course, he highlighted the traditional relationship, the historical bonds which exist between the two sides, how Kuwaitis and Indians have been partners all along in various sectors. But in very clear terms, he was also able to chart out the road ahead for the future, how the two countries now have the skills and the requirements to assist each other in their development goals. And I think the message went across very, very well.
Mr. Wagma, Prime Minister spoke with pride, in fact, about the contributions of Indians from ancient times. There was pride in what we did then and pride in what we do now, in terms of how Indians would be proud of Mangalyaan as well as Chandrayaan,
yes.
and the largest fintech operations in the world. From that point of view, and looking ahead at this relationship, how do you view, the contributions that India can bring to the Middle East or to West Asia, and Kuwait in particular?
Well, India-Middle East relations have had a particular fillip during Modi 2.0, during the years 2019 to 2024 of the Modi administration. That must be put into context with the efforts of the Indian Foreign Office. What is also important to note is that this was most definitely an overdue visit to the state of Kuwait. Indira Gandhi had last visited in 1981 as Prime Minister, and it was overdue in more ways than one. And also that Kuwait is, exceptionally speaking among GCC states and the Middle East, a parliamentary monarchy and a constitutional democracy. It has a unicameral assembly since October 1992, after the liberation of Kuwait in February 91, if you recollect. So it is an exception, and in that sense, it does share a kindred feature with India in that it is a working constitutional monarchy and democracy at the same time. That is to be put into context and tells you about Kuwait's development. It was one of the first to achieve independence from Britain in 1961. All the other GCC members who are India's solid partners, as we now know, Bahrain, UAE, Oman, Qatar got their independence in 1971, a bit later. So Kuwait was a bit ahead of the curve. And coming to the present context where India could slipstream in, Kuwait is currently chair of the GCC GCC committee, council as such, 43 years on after it was formed in May 81. And it is important to bear in mind that since late 2022, India and the GCC have entered negotiations for a free trade agreement.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, Burzeen, I'll just interrupt you here. Well, this is a bit of a perspective to where India and Kuwait are and the way they are positioned. But let's focus on the big takeaways to your mind as far as Prime Minister's speech is concerned. And I want to understand from you the whole idea of brand India that Prime Minister spoke about. Now, remember, this is important because this visit comes after 43 years. And you spoke about GCC. Now, Prime Minister spoke about how India is much ahead in the domain of remittances, the credit of which goes to the India's workforce, where he also touched upon that India has the potential to meet the skill demands of the world. So what was he trying to basically kind of showcase or display or project to the Kuwaiti administration as far as the Indian diaspora, the finer aspects of brand India?
As we speak, Kuwait's demographic working force is of 30% of which constitutes Indian nationals. That is quite something to tell for a small state of Kuwait's size. In so doing, Prime Minister also drives home the fact that this Make in India and Viksit Bharat twin programs that New Delhi has been pursuing in the recent past is where Kuwait could benefit through synergies with Indian cooperation on several spheres. And here I again want to come in and say this partly takes off from India's UAE linkages in that it goes beyond hydrocarbons and trade in the oil and gas sector that we traditionally know of the India-GCC relationship. It has branched out into defense, security, non-hydrocarbon exports and imports and the like, as these GCC economies diversify their economies from being traditional rentier oil regime states. They are pursuing Arabization and indigenization of their own workforce, as we do know. But at the same time, they have decided to diversify their economies too, which is where India can play a pivotal role. And that brings me to the point of the India-GCC FTA, which is staggering to say the least, because India-GCC trade as of 2022-2023 stands at $184.46 billion. GCC trade constitutes 15.8% of India's composite universal trade.
Right.
So, and when the Prime Minister spoke of the Arabian Sea linkage, at the same time, it's a question of propinquity. This is India's immediate neighborhood. Starting from Muscat, as you fly out of Bombay, all the way up to Kuwait, is the linkages that have been civilizational linkages, but also trade and mercantile linkages of the last century and the current one, which will, as I mentioned, and I must iterate, diversify beyond the hydrocarbon sector traditional that we have seen.
Yes, Mr. Wagma. Let me bring in Ambassador Prabhu Dayal now. Ambassador Dayal, the Prime Minister spoke about Meditation Day, which is today.
Yes.
And also he spoke about the Kumbh Mela. The soft part of India is well on display for a long, long time. And these traditions are now being adopted across the world. I mean, things like meditation, yoga, being associated with India. How significant is this in terms of the larger message that the Prime Minister talked about, India being a friend to the world, India seeing the world as one?
Yes.
The Prime Minister's message has consistently been Vasudev Kutumbakam. We are one family. And if India can share some ideas for the betterment of the rest of humanity, it is more than willing to do so. So, for instance, it is not a small thing that Kuwaitis have translated the Ramayana and the Mahabharata and presented copies to the Prime Minister, as is being shown on your screen just now. So Indian values have permeated other regions, including the Gulf, but the need is to be understood correctly and to be seen as a country which intends to work with all other countries toward the happiness and the improvement of living conditions. No, now let me mention that the Indian community in Kuwait is a key factor in the relationship. And Prime Minister's outreach to the Indian community is very, very significant. In particular, I would highlight his visit to the labor camps. Because very often, it is the humble worker who feels neglected, who feels that he is not cared for. So the Prime Minister's special gesture of interacting with the Indian workers, sitting with them, sharing a meal with them, them on the back, is very, very touching and very meaningful. Again, his address to the Indian community in that beautiful arena in Kuwait also sent across a message about his outreach to the Indian community. Because, I have served in a number of places where the Indian community is large and counts for a lot. I was
Ambassador Dayal, I'll just interrupt you for 3 seconds because we are running those visuals of Prime Minister visit to the, the camp there. How historical and unprecedented is this? I mean, as a diplomat, how do you see this? You have a Prime Minister of India spending time, choosing to be with them. You mentioned yourself about sharing a meal. There's a larger message, underlying message that the emphasis of the India's workforce in Kuwait is something which is accorded prime importance as far as India is concerned. And so this gesture is something which has to translate into a policy action because the welfare of the workers is what is very, very important for India.
Indeed, it is very important. And in the 37 years which I spent as an Indian diplomat in posting abroad, I have never seen anything of this sort of stage. The Prime Minister reaching out to
Exactly, that's perhaps why I asked you this question, sir. Yes.
Absolutely. Now let me mention that very often the heads of governments intend to be very, very nice towards the humble workers who come from overseas to work in their country. But unfortunately, the officials dealing with these workers who belong to different ministries are uncaring, unsympathetic. But when the Prime Minister of India reaches out to the humble workers and also, I'm sure, mentions it during his interactions with the top level leaders, the Crown Prince, the Emir, the Prime Minister, then the message goes across that these people really matter to us. And therefore, to play a very significant step when it comes to ensuring the welfare of humble workers. The Prime Minister said you can take an Indian out of India, but you can't take India out of an Indian. And that is a very significant message to the Indian community because it draws the community so much closer again to India. And that again was the message which he tried to send out by asking Indians to come and visit during the Kumbh festival, during the 2060 parade, and also bring along a Kuwaiti friend because he really wants to build the friendship bridge between India and other countries and during this particular visit between India and Kuwait. And you will notice that every single the Prime Minister has done is intended towards cementing the historical relationship which exists between India and Kuwait and taking it to newer and newer dimensions. Sustainable living environments, developed infrastructure, high quality healthcare, creative all these are issues which the Prime Minister emphasized in one way or another, and these matter to Kuwait, as indeed they do.
You know, just to wrap up that bit, sir, and Mark can take it from me from there. In the very beginning, you know, the initial portion of the Prime Minister's speech, there was a specific mention where Prime Minister said that Kuwaiti leadership praises India's workforce. Your skill is respected. I think that's something which sums it up. I mean, your first portion of the speech is you are basically reaching out to your workforce there. Right. And when he spoke about the remittances, he mentioned that the credit for which goes to India's workforce and their honesty and their credibility. Mark?
Indeed, and the Prime Minister did say while he speaks to the leadership and even the citizens of Kuwait, they always speak very highly of Indians and the Indian workforce in Kuwait. So let me bring in Mr. Wagma here, and now we are talking about a new India and a new Kuwait, where India has dynamic ecosystem for startups, for innovation. India has a fintech ecosystem that's the best in the world. All these things, and India is working on skills which are, you know, top notch as far as science and technology are concerned. So moving forward, the relationship is moving towards this kind of a direction, a very digital oriented direction. And the Prime Minister talked about, you know, how we have, how India has laid enough optic fiber cable to go back up and down to the moon several times.
Yes. The digital economy and the IT sector, India's IT exports are not just to Western Europe and the Americas, but also to the Middle East, which needs to be put into context. And speaking of Kuwaiti investment, it might interest you to note that the state of Kuwait has one of the oldest sovereign wealth funds in the world, which even goes back to 1953, prior to Kuwait's independence in 1961, and it has invested a good more than $10 billion in India. That is something to be put into context and shows how Kuwait reposes confidence in India as a stable market, as a promising outlier for its own development and the Kuwait 2035 program that the ambassador mentioned about. But I should also like to bring in one other factor that was recently discussed. In visiting the labor camp, the Indian Prime Minister was making a pointed gesture in that he was actually interacting with Indians who constitute blue-collared workers and are often forgotten. Indian Prime Ministers, when abroad, tend to meet who are Indian success stories, say here in England or in the US or elsewhere, normally white-collared, upper-middle-class professionals. In so doing today at this camp and sharing a meal, I believe the Indian administration is showing that all Indians count with a sense of inclusivity, and that just because they are blue-collared, down-at-heel workers, they're not necessarily forgotten, and that their importance, their skills, and their remittances do matter to India. Because, Mark, do remember when Kuwait was invaded in August 1990 and there was the influx of Indians who had to return back to India, it was Kerala's economy which crashed because remittances overnight disappeared, and so many Indian homes suffered due to that. So it is a tribute to the Indian worker, the blue-collared worker, the humble, modest worker, not necessarily the upper middle class professionals that one sees in the Indian diaspora, in the Americas and Europe and elsewhere, who are often spoken about, but it is these blue-collared workers in the Gulf who are in the spotlight today and getting their due recognition.
Indeed, and Mr. Wagma, you did speak about, about these remittances, and you did speak about the wealth fund, the sovereign wealth fund of Kuwait. The fact that Kuwait seems to have a very stable economy despite the fact that there are wars in the neighborhood, and the fact that their currency is perhaps the strongest in the world currently. You know, it's 275 rupees to 1 dinar. You know, the British pound can probably take a few lessons from there. How would you
Mark, you are speaking to someone who grew up in Bahrain, like myself. And I remember about 20 years ago, 30 years ago, as a teenager, the Kuwaiti dinar would be like 105 or something rupees to, and the Bahraini dinar would be a close 80 to 90. But it was always Kuwait which topped the charts when it came to forex transactions. It has always been a very, very stable currency. You're quite right to point that out. So I thought I might drop in a personal observation here as such.
Right. Indeed. We are going to listen once again to what the Prime Minister said while addressing the Indian Diaspora event in Kuwait. The Prime Minister said that India and Kuwait share a relationship which is rooted in civilization and mutual affection. Let's listen to that.
भारत और कुवैत का रिश्ता सभ्यताओं का है, सागर का है, स्नेह का है, व्यापार कारोबार का है। भारत और कुवैत अरब सागर के दो किनारों पर बसे। हमें सिर्फ डिप्लोमेसी ने ही नहीं कि दिलों ने आपस में जोड़ा है।
In fact, Prime Minister Modi highlighted that Kuwait helped India when it needed the most by providing liquid oxygen to the country. Prime Minister Modi further added that India too supported Kuwait during the COVID-19 pandemic by sending vaccines.
जब भारत को सबसे ज्यादा जरूरत पड़ी तो कुवैत ने हिंदुस्तान को लिक्विड ऑक्सीजन की सप्लाई दी। हिज हाइनेस द क्राउन प्रिंस ने खुद आगे आकर सबको तेजी से काम करने के लिए प्रेरित किया। मुझे संतोष है कि भारत ने भी कुवैत को वैक्सीन भेजकर इस संकट से लड़ने का साहस दिया। भारत ने अपने पोर्ट्स खुले रखे ताकि कुवैत और इसके आसपास के क्षेत्रों में खाने पीने की चीजों का कोई अभाव ना हो।
In fact, Mark, Prime Minister specifically talked about how yoga and Ayurveda is of India, India's soft power, connects the world. Yoga is India's soft power, which is connecting the world, and he added that India's Ayurveda contributes to the wellness of the world. Well, we are going to continue this special broadcast, Prime Minister Modi in Kuwait. We are taking a very, very short breather, but before that, let's quickly thank our guest, Ambassador Dayal, and also Burzin Wagma. Please stay with us. After a break, Mark and my colleague Amritpal will continue this very, very special broadcast. Please stay with us, viewers. A short breather, and Mark.
Right. Stay with us.
अच्छी चीजों में समय लगता है, खूबसूरती निखारने में वक्त लगता है. Beautiful designs take time. लेकिन KYC अपडेट मिनटों में. KYC अपडेट अब आप घर बैठे बैठे भी कर सकते हैं. रजिस्टर्ड ईमेल, रजिस्टर्ड मोबाइल नंबर, ऑनलाइन बैंकिंग से, आधार OTP बेस्ड eKYC से या फिर वीडियो KYC से. यहाँ तक कि अकाउंट भी घर बैठे बैठे खोला जा सकता है. RBI कहता है, इन्हीं से सुनिए,
जानकार बनिए,
सतर्क रहिए.
Namaskar, welcome back to Media Scan. Viewers, earlier this week, the Assam STF arrested at least 8 persons plotting to attack RSS and Hindu religious leaders. Meanwhile, in the past couple of months, there have been a string of decisions coming from Dhaka which have caused concern in our security establishment, particularly about the Northeast region. So, what are those decisions and why should we be prepared for the consequences? Take a look.
আল্লাহকে ভয় করেন, নববধূর ফাঁদে পড়েন না, বাংলাদেশের বিরুদ্ধে অবস্থান গ্রহণ করেন না, আপনাদের অনেকগুলি।
So after that quick look at the capsule of decisions, I want to come to our guests for this weekend, stalwarts, all of them. I have here with me PK Mishra, former ADG, BSF, well known for his takes without mincing words. Also with us in Doordarshan, Alok Bansal, author, well known security expert. You have been listening to his thoughts on various occasions on Doordarshan. And joining me from Udaipur, Abhinav Pandya, expert on geopolitics and well known author. Welcome, gentlemen. And Mr. Alok Bansal, I want to come to you first. Sir, before we move on to the larger issues on the table, very quickly, your take on what it means, the arrest of the terrorists by the Assam STF and this entire action of the team.
See, it shows that the terrorist outfits are increasing their actions and they are actually desperate to cause turbulence within India. And this coming at a time when Bangladesh and Myanmar both are in tumult is a serious cause for concern, because Northeast is buffeted by Bangladesh and Myanmar and both have huge instabilities. And in Bangladesh now, with the change of regime, we feel that there is a strong anti-India stance within the polity, as well as government is dominated by radical Islamists, especially those belonging to Jamaat-e-Islami, Harkatul Ansar and even Hizbul Tahrir. So these radical organizations are infiltrating in all organs of government, and whatever I have gathered from Dhaka is that they are capturing one after the other institutions. And with that sort of a situation, you will find that it will provide a ready-made heaven for all sorts of terrorists, especially those affiliated with radical Islamist organizations.
Sir, this Ansarul Bangla team, we know that these names are just meant to divert or hoodwink the securities network, isn't it? Because they have direct relations to the Al-Qaeda and other dreaded Islamic terror organizations. What would you say?
See, there is no doubt Bangladesh at one stage was being termed as another Afghanistan. You saw one of the very famous journalists wrote a book like that, and the radical organizations had infiltrated deeply as far as the student bodies were concerned and different organs of the state were concerned. After Gulshan Bakery incident, the Sheikh Hasina's government actually cracked down on them and they were actually exterminated. But what happened is that many of them just switched colors. They overnight became Awami League sympathizers. Some of them joined governments and claimed that they were apolitical. All such elements are now coming into their true colors after Sheikh Hasina's departure. And what Jamaat is doing is that they know that they cannot win an election at this point of time. And as a result, the interim government is playing into their hands by not calling for elections, because they know if there is an election called today, maybe BNP would come to power, Awami League will still win substantive number of seats, and Jamaat would be nowhere. So to facilitate such radical Islamists to capture power, they are delaying the elections, allowing Jamaat to capture various organs of government, various institutions. At the same time, they are talking of banning Awami League. Most Awami League leaders have been arrested or have had to fled for their lives. There are in fact murder cases that have been slapped on people. Like former foreign minister has some 7 murder cases slapped against him. Now that sort of a thing against his wife. So that is the level of persecution that's going on at present in Bangladesh. And this is a serious cause for concern. There are actually elements like Jamaat which were against the creation of Bangladesh, which are actually working to make Bangladesh back into East Pakistan or an extended colony of Pakistan. And that for us is a very, very serious concern, because please understand that would provide, that would make Bangladesh a citadel for all anti-India elements, starting from radical Islamists to separatists and all other anti-India organizations.
Absolutely, sir. And those issues have been flagged at various platforms. But allow me to come to Mr. P.K. Mishra here. Sir, it is not just the executive. There have been decisions emanating from the courts in Bangladesh which are also making headlines. One of them was just this week when a court in Bangladesh reduced the death sentence of Paresh Barua, the Alpha terrorist, and turned it into life imprisonment. We also know that one of the current ministers in the government, there was an arms haul case against him of 2004. He has been acquitted of it. So somewhere the courts are also giving orders which are creating worry.
Yes, I can tell you what is happening in Bangladesh court. We should be quite worried. It's not only they are relating the Jamaats or Al-Ansars, and also few of the other terrorists which you just informed. But I can well tell you, most of the Jamaat's leaders who were there earlier apprehended, most of them have been released. And just see, the group of Jamaats going to Pakistan in Islamabad and having a talk with Islamabad leaders, it is something very strange, and you have to be very careful. And I can well tell you, I just spoke to Kuch Bihar border, the Dinhata border, and also to Petrapol, and they are in Silchar and Karimganj. Things are very bad in the border. You know, in world, there were 2 border guarding forces who is to have combined patrolling. That is the Bangladesh border guard of Bangladesh and border security force. Things are different now. This BGB is now a mini Pakistan, and Pakistan army and Pakistan Rangers, and nothing less than that. They have changed also quite a lot. The latest thing is, it's not only ISIS, Al-Qaeda and Jamaatis, they are calling the shots. And prior to Sheikh Hasina ji, when Begum Jia was there, you can go back to this and Chittagong Hill Tract, all those training centers of jihadis, they have started coming up. What has happened in Manipur now? The Manipur is boiling. It is not only Myanmar rebels which are interfering there, but we have to be very careful. This Al-Qaeda, Indian subcontinent, and also the ISIS and Islamic Chhatra Shibir and Bangladesh Jamaati Mujahid of Bangladesh and new Jamaats, they are now calling the shots, and they are trying to penetrate into our border. I can well tell you what's all happening now, because our border is totally not sealed. And if you think that we can seal the border, even USA cannot seal the border. And we're having many rivers and nalas and waterways going from India to Bangladesh, and it's very difficult to cover them. And technically,
so how can we tackle this challenge? Yes. Is something I will come back to you about, yes, sir. But quickly allow me to connect to Abhinav Pandya here. Abhinav, one of the decisions from where this whole debate started was when the Dhaka administration gave out an order that all the security background check and other conditions related to visas of Pakistanis had been waived, and now they had an easy access of free visa to Bangladesh. That had caused a lot of chatter across India. How do you look at that decision and other subsequent decisions of the Dhaka administration vis-a-vis India's security?
Well, Smitaji, I am not at all surprised with what's unfolding in Bangladesh. There is a very old and a very historical nexus between the Islamic radicals of Bangladesh and the Pakistan's ISI elements and also the Al-Qaeda elements. Let me just give you a brief historical background. This whole Ansarullah Bangla, basically this emanated from the Huji, and Huji was in Afghanistan. And we have heard about Huji Bangladesh, was a very famous organization in the past. And there is a strong connect between 2001 and 2006 when the BNP was in power, supported by Jamaat. All the dreaded terrorists like Sajjad Afghani and Maulana Masood Azhar, during that phase, they used Bangladesh route to infiltrate terrorists into India. And it was very, tactfully used by the ISI to send radicals into India. And I must say that, the recent decisions, which have come after the ouster of Sheikh Hasina, they have facilitated the Islamic radicals in Bangladesh, particularly some decisions like the release of Maulana Muhammad Jasimuddin Rahmani. He is the leader of Ansarullah Bangla team, and he was arrested, convicted for the murder of a blogger. And that man has very famously, he has publicly said that, India, the Khalistan must be free, Kashmir must be free, Northeast must be free. And he has vowed to declare India, convert India into a Sharia state. He even urged Mamata Banerjee to rebel against India. So this man has a very, I would say, known hatred towards India. And in the recent past, we also came to know about a jailbreak where Ansarullah Bangla team's India operations chief, Ikramullah, he escaped. So a lot of these people have, started their activities once again. And in the recent past, ABT cadres have been arrested in various states of India, particularly West Bengal, Tripura. Between 2022 and 2024, 60 cadres of ABT have been arrested in West Bengal, in Assam, and in Tripura. And 30 are from Bangladesh. So these are very worrying developments.
Yes, and you are right. As I already said, there have been developments back to back, which are causing, all these reports. But if I may come to Alok Bansal again here, sir, I know that there is very strong vigil at the borders right now, because of which a lot of common people are complaining also. But we cannot keep it in this state forever, can we? We will have to relax the restrictions at some point of time. And then this cause of worry can get worse. What do you think?
See, firstly, to my mind, it is not right to block people from coming in. Because please understand, Awami League party workers, minorities who have always had sympathies for India, who have always supported India and are being persecuted at this point of time. If you don't provide them shelter, then you are actually leaving them to die, and which is not right. You are actually pushing those elements which have always been pro-India to get eliminated. I think this policy of blocking their entry or not providing them visas is wrong. As it was in
then the obvious question, sir, is how do we stop these people who are being pushed by the likes of Jashimuddin and others?
See, we have to actually track, and in fact, Indian Embassy has a position of who all are actually our people and who are not. And as I said, when you try to block everyone, you will allow infiltration. By illegal infiltration will be allowed. I have always said that you should have legal ways of coming from Bangladesh to India, not only by flight, but even across land borders. Those who want to work should have a system for work permit. There should be a day work permit. There should be a long-term work permit. That has to be there. And because please understand, this state that exists in Bangladesh, to my mind, is extremely dangerous, and at the moment the regime is vulnerable. We need to act now to dislodge it. It's feasible. This regime is illegitimate, unconstitutional and illegal, because Sheikh Hasina has very clearly said she did not resign. President of Bangladesh has said that he has not seen the resignation letter of Sheikh Hasina. So if he has not seen the resignation letter of the Sheikh Hasina, then Sheikh Hasina continues to be the Prime Minister of Bangladesh. Why are we legitimizing this so-called fake government led by Dr. Muhammad Yunus? Why are we sending representatives to meet him? To my mind, it's a thing we should actually recognize Sheikh Hasina, and if required, we can start a second liberation war.
Mr. P.K. Mishra, you were making a point on about the border situation. Yes. Please complete your point. And then I want to ask you, sir, recently the Foreign Secretary was in Dhaka and he very strongly raised issues which are of India's concern, particularly the persecution of minorities, more particularly the Hindu minority. So with this dialogue going on, do you think we will see some outcomes in the coming days? Also because even at the global level, the level of persecution and targeting of persons is being raised at various platforms in the US, in various cities of Europe, etc.
Yes, I can well tell you what exactly has happened during when Mohammed Yunus took over and Sheikh Hasina she escaped and she came to India. Things are pretty bad. You have seen what has happened to ISKCON temple. How come the leader of ISKCON was apprehended, and how come a number of Hindu shops where they were looted, they were burnt, and lot of Hindus were asked to resign from government service, and they have resigned and they have gone home. Things are pretty bad and we have to intervene. If we don't intervene, I am telling you at this juncture, I can well tell you that in the borders, exactly when Sheikh Hasina escaped and this Jamatis, they took over, that is the time hundreds and hundreds of Awami League party workers, they wanted to enter into India, and even I went to the border also. I have seen one of the border that is the Dinhata border where they were there. And you see, the problem is, along with them, there were Bangladesh Islamic Chhatra civil leaders, and we have Jamaat, JMBs are also there. We can't tell everybody to come inside India. So they have to come officially either through by air or by land port only. It's not possible. But I will tell you what is happening, how they want to penetrate, how this AQIS they want to penetrate in India. It's more in Karimganj and it is more in Assam border, in Dhubri border. You go to Dhubri border, we have many Char Islands. There are about 30 to 40 Char Islands, and the Char Islands are divided into Bangladesh and India.
River Islands.
River Islands.
Loosely we can translate them into River Islands.
River Island, and they call it Char Islands.
Alright.
In Char Islands, you see, in winter you find new Char Islands coming up.
Yes.
And Bangladeshis, particularly this ICS and also the AQIS and the ISI, their militants, they want to penetrate and they have their tents, they come into these Char Islands, and these towns in Dhubri, they accept them and they bring them to Dhubri and Gwalpur and those areas. Things
so
are
everybody
really
knows that there is a has been a well-oiled system working there. But the recent action of the Assam STF also proves that our sleuths and our police service and other security personnel are also, right on the track.
Definitely. I am telling you, the deployment of BSF, I have seen the deployment of BSF myself in the border just after Sheikh Hasina, she left the power. In fact, we are having by drones and satellites, it is being covered, and the best part of it, the waterways, all these rivers and all, particularly river Dhubri and Brahmaputra, these are all covered very nicely, and we are having 24 hours patrolling going on, and after every 6 hours the observation posts and ambush parties are changing. Every inch of the border is guarded. And we are very sure that none of these militants can penetrate. The worst part of it, the only way is after 24 Parganas, if you go towards Bay of Bengal, in those areas, things are very difficult. And there is every possibility of these militants to enter, because they cross West Bengal, they go more or less to Jharkhand and Assam and these areas. And they have their sleeper cells also available in those areas.
And then they spread in the hinterland in various states. That is why, sir, one module caught by the STF was actually nabbed from Kerala.
Yes.
Way out in Kerala. But I want to come to Abhinav Pandya also here. Abhinav, there is a lot of chatter about what's going on in the global arena. Recently, there has been a report by people who have their roots in Bangladesh, but they have brought out a report in Brussels which says that close to 5,000 people, which includes minorities, it includes people who are not aligned with the political establishment, it includes intellectuals and activists. All these people may have been killed in the past 3 to 4 months, and also that those who are there are living under severe threat. I know we've gone through this earlier in our episodes, but quickly, how do you look at the response of the global community vis-a-vis those who are suffering currently in Bangladesh?
Well, as regards the global community is concerned, I don't see a very active response, particularly from the West, and the reasons are very obvious. Here, I would like to mention the fact that, some of the hardcore cadres of Jamaat-e-Islami Bangladesh, who were tried of, who were charged of being war criminals, they found a prestigious place in some of the American, civil society and charity groups like, this ICNA, Islamic Circle of North America, and CAIR and all. They were living there. They were attending all the big conferences out there. They were carrying their agenda on Kashmir, Bangladesh, all these activities. And somehow they received a very supportive attitude from the state. Middle East Forum has done an immense, work on this subject. And unfortunately, well, regarding this, I see a very pathetic response, particularly from the West, on what's happening in Bangladesh. There is a very apathetical towards the atrocities being meted out towards the minorities, and vis-a-vis, in comparison to when India brought out the CAA NRC Act, there was a huge uproar, particularly in the West, in American universities and American, local municipal governments, that you are crushing your minorities. You are not, you're just devouring Muslims from the citizenship. But today, there is a complete absence. And one should not be surprised at all. Well, American deep state and the American, though I would say, intelligence setup has always been in cahoots with some of these elements. Some of these chaps of Fuji, they were particularly nurtured and trained in Afghanistan during the anti-Soviet war by their CIA masters. So I'm not at all surprised. And recently, what happened in Bangladesh? I mean, that's a result of a very deep-rooted conspiracy in which there were very, powerful international actors involved, and their proxies who are governing Bangladesh interim government right now in the person of Mr. Muhammad Yunus or a number of other charities and civil society groups, makes it very obvious what the attitude of particularly the global community.
I'm afraid we do not have much time left. Alok Bansal, would you like to add to that, the response of the global community to all that is happening in our eastern neighbors?
See, we need to be very clear that this toppling of the government was actually sponsored by the West. And West has been unfortunately still supportive of this regime which lacks any constitutional validity. In fact, I have credible reports to tell me that the first list of advisors to the interim government was made in the US Embassy. So I think there is a lot of fear in the mind of the interim administration ever since President Trump has won the elections, because there is some fear, because they feel that they will not get the sort of support which they have been getting for the time being.
Do you also subscribe to that view, sir?
Undoubtedly. I think I know for certain that there is a lot of fear within the Bangladeshi establishment, and at the moment army is not solidly behind the interim government. At the moment we still have president and army chief who are not aligned with the government. So if we have to do something, we must do it fast, because by each passing day this government, this illegitimate government, is consolidating itself, and it will become more and more difficult to dislodge it. Please remember, at any given time in Bangladesh, 20 to 30% people support Awami League and Sheikh Hasina, and that number will never go.
And latest news reports coming from Dhaka also say that now the BNP leadership is also becoming restive. Because they think that elections are being delayed,
undoubtedly
delayed, and it's like a breach of promise for them. But gentlemen, I'm afraid that's all the time we had this weekend. We'll have to wrap up our very interesting and informative conversation here. Whether the regime change in the US brings any change in the attitude of the Dhaka administration, or whether the Yunus government changes its style, we on our side of the border have to remain vigilant, cautious, and be ready to face the challenge which emanates from the Eastern Front. On that note, viewers, it's a wrap up on Media Scan for this weekend. Do join us next weekend for another issue of national importance. Till then, namaskar.
कब तक लंबी लाइनों में उम्र बिताइएगा? डिजिटल पेमेंट अपनाइए, चुटकी में हल पाइए। पुराने तरीके कब तक अपनाइएगा? डिजिटल पेमेंट बहुत आसान है, देखिए चुटकी में पेमेंट चुका। बटुआ ढूंढ रहे हैं? डिजिटल पेमेंट अपनाइए, कभी भी कहीं भी और सुरक्षित। हमने तो इन्हें डिजिटल पेमेंट करना सिखा दिया है। आपने? RBI कहता है कि
डिजिटल पेमेंट अपनाओ,
औरों को भी सिखाओ।
In light of recent developments, can we expect something different with regard to China-India relations, and is there hope for some kind of stability between these two giants of Asia?
I think we should be prepared that China will always seek in this period ahead to contain India. It seeks to contain India in South Asia, for instance. It seeks to contain India when we speak of expansion of the permanent membership of the Security Council. It has never been a supporter. It has sought to contain India on various fronts, so it obviously sees India as a rival.
Pollution of all types is a huge problem. But what is the solution to this? Does it require individual efforts, community action, or state interference? Let's take a look at some of the possibilities, challenges and opportunities.
They have to segregate their waste, manage their organic waste within their premises as far as possible. They have to hand over the rest of the waste, the residual waste, to the authorized waste collector.
When the local administration saw what I had done, it decided to build the drainage system you see here, connecting the whole area to it.
Trees are our lifesavers. They give us oxygen, and it's unfair to harm them by hammering iron nails into them just for the sake of ads.
Complex issues, hidden agendas, twists and turns, strategic games. We think all dots are linked. We just need to connect them. Join me every week as I connect the dots to unravel hidden designs in statecraft, mysteries, and decode issues that matter to you. Watch Connecting the Dots with me at these times on DD India.
Namaskar and welcome to Indian Diplomacy, show on India's national television channel Doordarshan about Indian foreign policy, India's international relations and India's equations with key and critical countries around the world that have a bearing on its rise. Viewers, in this episode we are taking a close look at India's long, tortuous and convoluted relationship with its northern neighbor, the People's Republic of China. China-India relations have gone through many roller coasters and have generally been marked by conflict, tension and mistrust. So, in light of recent developments, can we expect something different with regard to China-India relations, and is there hope for some kind of stability, if not friendship, between these two giants of Asia? That is the theme of this episode. And to discuss this, I am very privileged to introduce you to a very distinguished former diplomat and scholar, Ambassador Nirupama Rao. Ambassador Nirupama Rao served as India's foreign secretary. She was India's ambassador to China and to the United States, and held many other important positions for India around the world during a long career in the Indian Foreign Service. And after retirement, she has authored a very well regarded book called The Fractured Himalaya, and has been teaching at Brown and Columbia universities in the US, widely regarded commentator and scholar diplomat. Ambassador Rao, welcome to Indian Diplomacy.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Sriram. Good to be here and to join your show.
Ambassador Rao, when we talk about this, relationship that goes back many decades, one cannot but help observe that this is not been smooth sailing ever, and now in the current juncture we have just had special representatives of the two sides, National Security Advisor Ajit Doval and Foreign Minister Wang Yi, meeting for the 23rd time after a hiatus of 5 years, and the language that has been used in the the readouts suggests that there is some kind of an effort to move in a positive direction. The two sides have talked about maintaining peace and stability, healthy and stable bilateral relations, and the Chinese are saying that we are on working towards going back towards the path of normalization. So it strikes everyone that relations were quite frosty and have not been stable, but now we are saying we are working towards or aiming towards that. So what do you make of this turn, this recent settlement of the standoff that had lasted for 4.5 years in eastern Ladakh, and the resumption of the high level dialogue? And what is your reading about the Chinese behavior and negotiating attitude, because they were quite stubborn, but now they seem to have quote unquote mellowed a little bit, or thawed their position. So what is your reading of what is happening, and why is China softening seemingly?
Well, I believe you have rightly referred to this relationship as being long, tortuous, and convoluted. I cannot think of a better description. The disengagement that was announced towards the end of October in eastern Ladakh in the two remaining points of Demchok and Depsang has, in a way, according to most analysts and China watchers, opened the way to some degree of resumption of dialogue and contact between India and China. So Prime Minister Modi met President Xi Jinping at Kazan. The foreign ministers have been in touch. And now, of course, you've had the 23rd meeting of the special representatives on the boundary question. This exercise is, of course, something that has gone on for over 2 decades now. What results achieved in that exercise, it's still, to us as citizens and members of the public, we really don't have too many details. Why there should be this change, as you referred to, in China's approach, whether this signals a transformation of its negotiating and strategic behavior, I believe it's too early to say. With the Chinese, nothing is transparent or clear, as you very well know. The levels of mistrust in this relationship, strategic mistrust in the relationship, still continue, and there is no way we can circumvent that or set that aside while referring to this resumption of dialogue. With the re-election of President Mr. Donald Trump to the highest office of the United States, further uncertainty, I believe, has been introduced into the US-China relationship. So in my assessment, there are stormy days ahead on that front, although Mr. Trump has been making soothing noises about Mr. Xi Jinping and has invited him to his inauguration. But on issues like tariffs, on issues like technology, and of course the constant elephant in the room, Taiwan, one really doesn't know what the outcomes will be. And in China itself, there is a domestic slowdown. You see headwinds and more gray skies. In many ways, peak China, as they call it, has been reached. And the question is, has Xi Jinping lost his mojo?
Peak China has been reached, and maybe they're looking for some kind of strategic relief, at least on the Indian side. So that could potentially explain this, what seems like, they're relenting and they've pulled back troops from, strategic location like Depsang and Demchok, as you are saying, which is, of course, good news for us. But like you're saying, because it's very opaque, it's always looking behind the bamboo curtain and we don't know what is happening. On the boundary question, Ambassador Rao, while you have been ambassador there and while you're foreign secretary, of course, you saw this very closely. This is not a new phenomenon, these talks that have been happening. And the real question is, does China want to settle it once and for all? I mean, many people are skeptical that they really want to end the row with India once and for all. It's a long line of actual control. We say it is 3,488 kilometers. They say it's only 2,000 kilometers. Even the claims are different. And you've written an amazing book about the history of this border dispute with Tibet caught in between. But what is your reading about the intent of the two sides to move towards a quote-unquote a political solution to the boundary question? I mean, that's much bigger than just the maintaining the peace and tranquility in terms of not having clashes like the Galwan clash, which we are trying to restore now. But that's a bigger thing, which is demarcating the boundary once and for all, and no more infiltrations and incursions and claims and counterclaims. That kind of a finality, we don't see it happening any soon, at least. So what's your reading on that possibility? And isn't China holding on and not closing the matter because they believe that's how they can maintain strategic pressure on India? That's what many of us in India think.
Well, there are a few points that I'd like to make. First of all, this resumption of dialogue does point to lessened turbulence in the India-China relationship. But at the same time, one must keep in mind that this is a very high maintenance relationship. And it is important, I think, very, very key for both sides to ensure that there is an avoidance of clashes, that peace and tranquility are maintained along the line of actual control, which, as you know, has not been jointly verified by the two sides. So this sort of tension and the constant competition and rivalry between India and China are all givens as far as this relationship is concerned. In China, we face not only a muscular and assertive adversary, but also a very opportunistic, I'd like to use that word with a great deal of deliberation, an opportunistic adversary. But coming to the boundary question which you spoke of and what the prospects for an early solution are, I'm afraid that time window has closed and the train left the station very long. The opportunities that we had to resolve this question were existent in previous decades. But today, I believe with China's growth as the second superpower in the world, it is not in a mood really to look at compromise solutions. It is not in a mood for give and take. It does not act with the generosity of a big country. I've always maintained that. Yeah. So that time window has closed. It is a conflicted boundary. And on both sides, sovereignty issues are very hardwired, Sriram. I don't think these are issues that we can set aside. And therefore, what the prospects for settlement of this boundary question are, I wish I could give you a positive answer, but yeah. It would be unfair to the viewers for me to hold out hopes on that front. Sure.
Ambassador Rao, you also just now mentioned the fact that China has become a great power. And therefore it believes it has an asymmetry and an advantage, and that it can actually impose its will on weaker neighbors. And of course India relatively is not weaker, but then there are much smaller countries with whom it has territorial disputes and is actually pressing all the accelerators and trying to impose its will on them. And that's been the big story in the Xi Jinping period especially. In this context, I was reading External Affairs Minister Dr. Subramaniam Jaishankar's comments recently, where he said the world is changing, India and China are changing, and their relationship with the world is changing, and the relationship with each other is also changing, and therefore he said finding equilibrium with China is not going to be easy. It's a very complex thing. So this word equilibrium, they are saying we are going back to a stability, or we are trying to restore stability, but equilibrium is something probably deeper and more lasting. And on that front, this power differential, you're right to say that now they are ahead, but then if you see the prognosis, you already mentioned the economic weakness and the slowdown in China, and India is growing much faster than China right now. So if we sustain this and the gap closes, what would that do to the relationship? I mean, would they be more insecure? Because there are all these theories of the Thucydides trap and so on, where the reigning hegemon does not accept a rising power to catch up or to be equal. So could it actually introduce more tension? Or because if they wait longer, then India will be catching up with them, isn't it? So why don't they settle with us sooner on this matter?
I couldn't agree with you more, but the fact is that China seems to be taking a very rigid and obdurate position on this issue. And this has been the case, in fact, over the last 2.5 decades. I don't believe, although I'm not privy to the discussions on the boundary question since I'm a retired citizen nowadays, and we really don't know whether the Chinese have given any indication of whether they are prepared to settle this question, whether they are prepared to take into account India's very legitimate concerns on this issue. We really don't know. But in the interregnum, I think India is wise while it embarks and has embarked on this path of rapid economic growth and addressing the needs of our population, particularly the younger sections of the population. I think we have enough to focus on, and therefore the practice of pragmatic diplomacy with China, while being constantly prepared militarily for clashes on the border, on the LAC front, I think we have to be able, and that is where the question of equilibrium also comes in. That is where the question of creating that perfect balance is relevant. So we have to keep these questions in mind, and questions of peace and security, of war and conflict between India and China, even though the power differential with China, as far as we are concerned, is still quite a lot that we have to bridge. But the countries in the region regard this relationship as being very key for peace and stability in not only within the Indo-Pacific but also for the world. And I think the advice of the Chinese strategic analyst and some call him China's Kautilya, said long ago, Sun Tzu said, keep your friends close but your enemies even closer. Your adversaries even closer. So I think in that sense it is wise on India's part to engage with China.
Yeah, we engage, but of course we are realistic and not building any castles in the air about the engagement itself generating solutions. Let me bring in the US factor now. Ambassador Rao, you've also been ambassador to the US. You've seen both the great powers at very close quarters in your career and continue to follow it. Now, the Chinese argue that the US has a containment strategy to keep China down, and they alternate between saying that India is a pawn or a puppet of the US which is being used against them, and sometimes they say we praise India because it's independent and it's not a camp follower of the US. You have this schizophrenic reaction you keep hearing from the Communist Party and their mouthpieces. Presumably, if India distances itself a little bit from the US and does not enter into tighter and tighter strategic partnership with advanced defense cooperation, critical and emerging technologies, all these things that are the currency for power, presumably then the Chinese may be more moderate towards India. I mean, at least that's the kind of indication they give, and the suggestion is that India, if you distance yourself from the US, then we will see you as more benign. So is that a proposition at all for us? Because we have gone full steam ahead with the US partnership. We have not bowed to any kind of Chinese pressure and reduced our friendship with the US in any way or downgraded it. So, and with Trump coming in, you mentioned this earlier as well, there is a little bit of uncertainty about US strategic credibility and commitment to partners and allies. So could this actually create, you think, a possibility of this so-called thaw or whatever it is to become a rapprochement with China as a result of this? Where do you see the US factor going and impacting upon the bilateral ties between China and India?
Talking of the impending Trump presidency, whatever one has heard in terms of statements from Mr. Donald Trump post his re-election, I think have been quite sober reflections on the state of the world. So I would say we should hold our horses. I think although, Mr. Trump has been preceded by a certain reputation, particularly when you look at all his campaign statements, I think whatever he has been telling the world after his re-election, I think is quite sober. He's spoken of peace with strength. He's spoken of the need to end conflict and suffering. So let us see how this unfolds. I think the curtain has still to rise on this whole whole new future before us. But I think where India and the US are concerned, now India and any government here in power can be expected to do its duty by the Indian people. And certainly it is to India's benefit that our relationship with the United States should proceed, should evolve, should grow stronger, and should add further value to it. So I believe these relations, despite the change of presidents over the last 2.5 decades, have stood their ground. They are on firm ground. They have strong foundations. It's growth-oriented. It is marked by political stability on this issue in both countries, bipartisan consensus, and economy and business-generated logic. There is a logic to this relationship, which the Chinese have constantly defied when it comes to India. It's our relationship with the United States is people-centered. It's technology-driven. We stand to gain from it. And it's marked by a mutual understanding. Occasionally, yes, it is interrupted by the white noise of democracy on both sides and the frank expression of difference, but not dispute. We haven't turned our differences into dispute. So whatever the Chinese may say, they may be, they may use a megaphone and come down on us about our relationship with the United States, but that is not going to change our attitude, because this serves the national interest, our relationship, our strategic partnership, comprehensive global strategic partnership with the United States.
Absolutely.
And in the Indo-Pacific, when you look at this relationship.
Yeah, let me take you up on the Indo-Pacific and the Indian Ocean region and the developing world, which is to broaden the canvas beyond just the bilateral territorial dispute. Now, here also, since independence, we have been competing with the Chinese, in these spheres, and for influence, to be seen as a leader and to be seen as a provider of solutions. And of course, the Chinese have stolen a march over us in recent decades, because they have grown so fast and they have so much surpluses to invest through their Belt and Road Initiative and their, the debt trap diplomacy and all those things. They have actually gained a foothold, or much more than that, in the developing world. So here, the competition, Ambassador Rao, obviously is not going to die down just because we are maintaining peace and tranquility at the border, right? This is a broader thing, this is a global thing, and the ambition of both the countries to be, right up there as the leaders. So here, how do you see the competition unfolding in the years to come, irrespective of the, border issue, which of course is more technical, but this is a broader geopolitical and geoeconomic competition. And here, how do you see us competing with the Chinese? And many of the developing countries, sometimes we say we are different and they are different and you can't compare apples and oranges. But in the developing countries, from the ground up, people look at us as, okay, what are you going to do for us if not the Chinese, So there is that expectation that India's rise is creating. And how will that impact the relationship? Do you see that the Chinese might get ruffled by this factor as well, that India is actually challenging them not only right in the immediate neighborhood, but in Africa and in other parts of Asia and beyond?
India has very much proven capacity to speak for the interests of the global South. We are not proclaiming ourselves or are not self-proclaimed leaders of the global South. It's not that we seek to dominate the South. We don't have hegemonic aspirations. As far as China is concerned, the Chinese may deny, and say that they have all the best intentions when it comes to dealing with the developing world. But I think the proof of the pudding, as they say, is in the eating. So where in China and India are concerned, I think we should be prepared that China will always seek in this period ahead to contain India. It seeks to contain India in South Asia, for instance. It seeks to contain India when we speak of expansion of the permanent membership of the Security Council. It has never been a supporter. It has sought to contain India on various fronts. So it obviously sees India as a rival, even though, they will say, we are not, India is not in the same league as we are, and China is proclaimed superpower and India is still, nowhere near that situation. That may be the Chinese view. But I think we have to stay focused on the tasks ahead, building our comprehensive national strength. We have to be greater advocates, in my humble opinion, and thought and action leaders on closer regional integration and connectivity. And of course, we speak of the practice of non-reciprocity in our relations with our smaller neighbors, and I think we really need to hone that and intensify that further. We have to think big. India is a nation that needs to think big, but we have to act with sensitivity and consciousness about the smaller others in our neighborhood, as it were, and their national aspirations. Now, this containment of India, how are we going to break that evil spell, as it were? I think we can break that with our strong civilizational common ground with our neighbors, our cultural values, our economic dynamism, our choice of development approaches that are people-oriented and centered, and the diaspora, whether in the Indo-Pacific or in Africa or the Gulf, and our non-threatening, inclusion-oriented image is our strength, because we have to cultivate this image very consciously of being responsible partners, first responders, that of course we are. We've demonstrated that on many an occasion in our neighborhood, and that we are friends through fair and stormy weather. So I believe that is probably the strategy that we can adopt. And as I said, as we grow stronger, as we grow economically more dynamic, I think there will be more power to our elbow.
Yeah, so that's a multi-dimensional approach that you've just mentioned. Last word, Ambassador Rao, strategic partnerships. Apart from the US, we have the Quad, and we have Russia, which is an old one, and all these partnerships with France, in the Indian Ocean region, with the Gulf countries that you just mentioned. We have strategic partnerships, many of which include, either an implicit or an explicit counterbalancing, element vis-a-vis China. So, how much stronger should we invest in these strategic partnerships apart from the US for us to cover all the bases, because the contest with China, as we just discussed, is beyond just the neighborhood and it's global?
Well, I already referred to the regions in which we have to be active. I think focus on the relationship with Europe. The relationship with Russia, of course, and because of the Ukraine war, I think there are difficult days ahead now for Russia also. But I think the relationship with Russia, our legacy relationship with Russia, is something we should continue to maintain. I think essentially we are on the right track where as far as our foreign policy approaches are concerned. We have to continue to practice a fearless autonomy in our decision making. Obviously, we are driven both by interests and values. And given India's situation, our geographical location, I think both Mekinda and Mahan apply to us. Both the continental priorities that we must observe and follow and protect when it comes to national security, but also our maritime interests, because growingly, I think the Indian Navy will be called upon to play a greater and greater role. And I think we should prepare ourselves. We have a God-given geography. I mean, just look at the Andaman and Nicobar Islands, look at the Laccadives, God-given assets, geography-given assets. And I think we should be able to really build on that and to be able to leverage that in a way that intensifies and magnifies our power projection. And ultimately, I think we should be the beacon for the region of a thriving inclusion, democracy, and open society, open market, and in many ways, a leader of the free world. America, often talks of itself as a leader of the free world. But given the fact that we are the largest country, the largest democracy, I think we can also aspire to be that, a leader of the free world, that we are not China. Recently, there was a survey undertaken, in fact, the Takshashila Institution in Bangalore had undertaken a survey, and where, the people surveyed, the Indian National surveyed, said, of course, that the boundary question in our relationship with China has a lot of, importance and priority, but also that if China were a democracy, if it were an open society, we would have prospects of a much better relationship.
Right. Thank you, Ambassador Rao. It's been a fascinating discussion, viewers, with Ambassador Nirupama Rao on all aspects relating to the China-India complex relationship. By no stretch of imagination is it a friendship or a partnership, but we have to coexist, and this has been described by Ambassador Rao as trained coexistence. That is what she has describe this relationship, and I would concur with that. We have to coexist. Obviously, we have a long border and we share the same geography. We have to avoid war, and we have to manage the conflict and the competition. That's the best case scenario actually. There is very little prospect of China and India actually going to another stage where they can trust each other, or maybe if there is a regime change and if China becomes a democracy, we can think about a new chapter altogether, but that does not seem to be realistic at present. So given these differences in our political culture, our values, and also the clashing ambitions and the nationalism in both countries, you can expect that the border conflict, the broader regional competition in the Indo-Pacific and beyond, all these will continue to simmer, and occasionally we will have crisis, and we should be prepared for crisis. Ambassador Rao mentioned that as well. So let's keep our eyes wide open, blinkers off, and of course we will sit with the Chinese. Of course we will have dialogue with them round after round after round. Let's not miss the interface, and that has its own advantages of just checking out what the adversary thinks and says. But then we also have to prepare. We also have to prepare for all eventualities when it comes to China, and cannot be complacent. That's the message of the show. Do follow China-India relations. It's obviously critical for the security of Asia and of the world. I'll see you again next time. Until then, take care.
मिठाई तो हमारे जमाने में होती थी।
हाँ तो जाइए ना अपने जमाने में।
रोमांस तो हमारे जमाने में होता था।
पेमेंट भी उसी जमाने का है। अरे भैया डिजिटल पेमेंट करना सीखिए नए जमाने में। इजी, सेफ एंड फास्ट है। हमने तो इनको डिजिटल पेमेंट करना सिखा दिया। आपने? ये सेल्फी लेते हैं। ये हमारे जमाने का है। आरबीआई कहता है कि
डिजिटल पेमेंट अपनाओ,
औरों को भी सिखाओ।
Live from New Delhi, you're watching DD India News Hour, India's voice to the world. I'm Amritpal Singh. Coming up in the next 1 hour, India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi interacts with workers at a camp in Kuwait, addresses the Indian community there, calls India of the future the hub of global development. US Congress passes the stopgap spending bill averting government shutdown. The bill is now with the President for the final nod. Amidst calls to step down, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau shakes up his cabinet, replaces those unwilling to contest the election. And the first World Meditation Day observed under the theme Inner Peace, Global Harmony. India leads the celebrations at the United Nations headquarters. Live meditation session led by spiritual guru Sri Sri Ravi Shankar. Well, the top story, Prime Minister is in Kuwait. Prime Minister Narendra Modi touched down at the Kuwait city today, commencing a historic 2-day visit. This is the first visit of an Indian Prime Minister to Kuwait in 43 years. He received a warm welcome at his arrival and was received by Kuwait's first Deputy Prime Minister, Sheikh Fahad Yusuf Saud Al Sabah, and several other ministers and dignitaries at the airport. Prime Minister Modi's visit aims at strengthening the India-Kuwait friendship across various sectors and deepening India's historical linkages with Kuwait, as the two nations have shared interest in peace, security and stability in West Asia. In a social media post, Prime Minister Modi said his visit will strengthen the India-Kuwait friendship across various sectors. And upon his arrival at the hotel in Kuwait, Prime Minister received a warm welcome from the members of the Indian community, which is the largest expatriate community in Kuwait. The Indian diaspora has a population of over 1 million people, forming a living bridge between India and Kuwait. And the first program of his visit to Kuwait, Prime Minister Modi visited a workers' camp at the Mina Abdullah area of Kuwait with a workforce of around 1,500 Indian nationals. The Prime Minister interacted with a cross-section of Indian workers from different states of India and inquired about their well-being. And this visit to the workers' camp is symbolic of the importance attached by the Prime Minister to the welfare of Indian workers abroad. In the last few years, the government has undertaken several technology-based initiatives such as e-migrate portal, the Madad portal and upgraded Pravasi Bharatiya Bhima Yojana for the welfare of the Indian workers abroad. The Indian community is the largest expatriate community in Kuwait. Indians constitute about 21% of the total population of Kuwait and 30% of its workforce. And the Indian workers top the private sector as well as the domestic sector workforce list. According to the Indian Embassy in Kuwait, Indian exports to Kuwait reached $2 billion for the first time, while investments by the Kuwait Investment Authority in India has exceeded $10 billion US. And the Prime Minister addressed a large gathering of Indian community in Kuwait later in a special event called Hala Modi. This was held at the Sheikh Saad Al Abdullah Indoor Sports Complex in the city. Indian nationals representing a cross-section of the community in Kuwait attended the event. The Prime Minister was welcomed by the community with exceptional warmth and enthusiasm. Addressing the Indian Diaspora event, the Indian Prime Minister said that India and Kuwait share a relationship rooted in civilizational ties and mutual affection.
भारत और कुवैत का रिश्ता सभ्यताओं का है, सागर का है, स्नेह का है, व्यापार कारोबार का है। भारत और कुवैत अरब सागर के दो किनारों पर बसे हैं। हमें सिर्फ डिप्लोमेसी ने ही नहीं कि दिलों ने आपस में जोड़ा है।
And Prime Minister Modi highlighted that Kuwait helped India when it needed the most by providing liquid oxygen to the country. The Prime Minister added that India too supported Kuwait during the COVID-19 pandemic by sending vaccines to Kuwait.
जब भारत को सबसे ज्यादा जरूरत पड़ी तो कुवैत ने हिंदुस्तान को लिक्विड ऑक्सीजन की सप्लाई दी। हिज हाइनेस द क्राउन प्रिंस ने खुद आगे आकर सबको तेजी से काम करने के लिए प्रेरित किया। मुझे संतोष है कि भारत ने भी कुवैत को वैक्सीन भेजकर इस संकट से लड़ने का साहस दिया। भारत ने अपने पोर्ट्स खुले रखे ताकि कुवैत और इसके आसपास के क्षेत्रों में खाने पीने की चीजों का कोई अभाव ना हो।
Applauding the country's achievements, the Prime Minister said that India is the 5th largest economy in the world. It's home to the world's #1 fintech ecosystem and the 3rd largest startup ecosystem globally.
आज भारत दुनिया की 5वीं सबसे बड़ी इकोनॉमी है। आज दुनिया का नंबर 1 फिनटेक इकोसिस्टम भारत में है। आज दुनिया का 3रा सबसे बड़ा स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम भारत में है। आज भारत दुनिया का 2रा सबसे बड़ा मोबाइल निर्माता देश है। मैं आपको एक आंकड़ा देता हूं और सुनकर आपको भी अच्छा लगेगा। बीते 10 साल में भारत ने जितना ऑप्टिकल फाइबर बिछाया है, भारत में जितना ऑप्टिकल फाइबर बिछाया है उसकी लंबाई वो धरती और चंद्रमा की दूरी से भी 8 गुना अधिक है।
And Prime Minister Modi also highlighted that the countries around the world are opening their doors to India's skilled workforce.
भारत ने हाल के वर्षों में करीब 2 दर्जन देशों के साथ माइग्रेशन और रोजगार से जुड़े समझौते किए। इनमें गल्फ कंट्रीज के अलावा जापान, ऑस्ट्रेलिया, फ्रांस, जर्मनी, मॉरिशस, यूके और इटली जैसे देश शामिल हैं। दुनिया के देश भी भारत की स्किल्ड मैन पावर के लिए दरवाजे खोल रहे हैं। साथियों, विदेशों में जो भारतीय काम कर रहे हैं उनके वेलफेयर और सुविधाओं के लिए भी अनेक देशों से समझौते किए जा रहे हैं।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi interacted with members of the Indian Diaspora in Kuwait. The Indians in Kuwait warmly welcomed the Prime Minister with colourful performances by artists. Listen in to what they have to say about their meeting with the Prime Minister.
About the development and the rank of India in the world. For the India is 5th in economy. That's all.
Now Modi is always good, always brilliant. He conclude everything from the beginning to the end. Development of India, relation of Kuwait, everything very nice. We were very excited for Modi. Hip hip hooray! Modi hai to mumkin hai.
43 years, first time he is coming. 43 years after 43 years, it's great. Yeah, and the speech is awesome. Yeah, and we are very lucky to see the Modi and his speech, and we are here presently. It's a lifetime achievement.
And in Kuwait, in a humanitarian gesture, the Prime Minister met with Mangal Sen Honda. He is a 101-year-old former Foreign Service officer. And after a request on the social media X by his granddaughter, Prime Minister Narendra Modi responded to the social media request, showing how he connects with Indian citizens across the world. The Prime Minister received a heartwarming welcome by the Indian diaspora in Kuwait. And in another rare meet, the Prime Minister met with Abdullah Al-Baron and Abdullah Latif Al-Nasif in Kuwait. Abdullah Al-Baron has translated both Ramayana and Mahabharat in Arabic, while Abdul Latif published the Arabic versions of Ramayana and Mahabharat. During the meet, the Prime Minister also signed a copy of both Indian epics. Prime Minister Modi had also spoken about their efforts in one of his Man Ki Baat episodes. And my colleague Akshay Dongre now joins us from Kuwait City. He's covering the Prime Minister's visit there. Akshay, give us a sense of, we know that he's met the workers at the workers' camp and he's also addressed the Indian community at that stadium. First of all, bring us up to speed with, does the Prime Minister have any other programs today?
Well, Amrit, first of all, let me show you around the background where I am standing right now. This is the venue where the Hala Modi event took place. In fact, as you can see, there are a lot of people here. Most of them are part of the event organizer team. And, 90% of them.
Akshay, can I ask you what Hala Modi means? What does Hala mean in Arabic?
Well, it's like howdy Modi.
It's like hello.
If we put it in perspective for our viewer, it's like hello Modi. It's like welcome Modi. So this is what the message is for Prime Minister Narendra Modi here by Kuwait. It's not just the Indian diaspora that is saying hala Modi, but the Kuwaiti people as well. In fact, I spoke just a while back to a very renowned Hindi singer who is a Kuwaiti, and will be putting out that video very soon for a viewer as well, who sings songs of Kishore Kumar, Arijit Singh, in fact Vaishnav Jan song of Mahatma Gandhi as well. The cultural connect is quite visible as far as the cultural similarities are concerned between the two countries. In fact, we have been traveling across Kuwait, and some things that we have seen have really surprised us. There are a lot of Indians here who work, who are respected by the Kuwaiti community. In fact, every third person that you speak to knows either Hindi or some kind of an Indian, some of an Indian language, be it Tamil, Malayalam or Kannada, Marathi, Gujarati. So there are, it is in a way, when I visited the labor camp as well, it was kind of a mini India where a Prime Minister interacted with a Gujarati, PM interacted with a person from Maharashtra, from Andhra, from Gujarat, from Tamil Nadu, and in fact the cultural connect was quite visible as far as the country is concerned. So the expatriate community, which forms over a million, is a very, very strong living bridge between the two cultures, between the two countries, and that was quite visible during this event as well. Prime Minister has a lot of engagements lined up. Tomorrow he will be meeting with the Emir, with the Prime Minister, with the Crown Prince, and there will be a lot of signing of agreements, of memorandums of understanding, and we can expect both the countries to ramp up their bilateral relations to a new level. In fact, a new chapter to begin between India and Kuwait as far as their bilateral relations are concerned.
Okay. So you are at the Hala Modi event venue. That's where he addressed the Indian diaspora. Give us a sense of how was the Indian diaspora connecting to him?
In fact,
go ahead.
In fact, let us just speak to the Indian diaspora members here as well. We'll invite other people as well. Sir, may I know your name first?
My name is Ravi Reddy.
Ravi Reddy. Yeah. So you're from Andhra?
Yes, we are Andhra.
How was the event like for you, the Hala Modi event? What was the feeling like to see Prime Minister in person?
After 43, I am working here from 30 years. Right. This is the first time happened like this, but very exciting.
Very exciting.
Very exciting.
So have you been waiting for Prime Minister to come for past 7
years? Yes, sure. We are working. Actually, we are all working under here, and from almost 1 week we are working here already.
Right.
And we are finally success. We are happy, and you saw already how.
And how was listening to the Prime Minister today here at the event?
Very. He's about for Kuwait. Yeah, about Kuwait. He's. And he give the very good words also, right. And
do you think, my last question would be, do you think that this visit by Prime Minister is going to strengthen the bilateral relations between the two countries?
Yes, sure. This is coming good relation, and Actually, our Prime Minister so many help here before also from this country also helping, and he is very speech also very
happy
nice.
about this.
Very nice speech. Very nice.
So this is just one person. As far as the opinion is concerned, it's almost the same across Kuwait, Kuwait city. Wherever we travel, people are asking that when is Modi coming? When is Modi coming? It's not the Indian diaspora members; it's the Kuwaiti people who are in fact waiting in anticipation, who were waiting in anticipation, and now with Prime Minister here, clearly this is making news across the country. With the Prime Minister of one of the largest country being in Kuwait, and how the relations can improve from here on between the two countries. Back to you.
Okay. So the Diaspora Connect is there. He praised the diaspora, said that you're an integral part of the development story of India.
Absolutely.
And invited them to come and work, invest in India and, be a part of that story. Let's come to the bilateral part of the visit.
True.
What are you gathering? What would be the key focus? Would it be trade? Would it be defense? What would be the key focus of the talks tomorrow?
Well, I think that from the information that we have been gathering from the kind of trends that we have seen as far as the trade between the two countries is concerned, the relation between the two countries, there is going to be focus of the Prime Minister on the pillars of this friendship. That is cultural connect, that is the diaspora, that is trade between the two countries, energy security, pharmaceutical. There is IT industry, that India has a lot to offer to Kuwait when it comes to the IT industry. When it comes to the energy security, Kuwait, as we have been talking about how important Kuwait is for India's energy security needs. Kuwait is 6th largest crude oil supplier, after all, 4th largest LPG supplier to India. It is a huge source of FDI as well. In fact, the Kuwaiti Investment Authority has invested over 10 billion US dollars in the last fiscal year. The trade is also going up, but there is a lot of potential that remains as far as trade is concerned. So trade definitely is going to be one such area. Education, Amritpal, there are about 26 CBSE affiliated schools that are functioning here in Kuwait, where people can also learn Hindi. There is a lot of soft power of India that is playing here. People know songs of Bollywood. People speak Hindi who have no connection to India. They also know a bit of Hindi because of Bollywood. So cultural ties is going to be one such pillar which will be focused upon. Sports, Prime Minister is currently is also taking part in the football match as well, as far as attending that match is concerned. So there is going to be sports that is going to be focused, pharmaceutical industry, IT, trade between the two countries, energy security, other areas like artificial intelligence also is one key focus where Prime Minister Narendra Modi, wherever he goes, he focuses on that as well. So in that field as well, there can be certain exchanges between the two countries.
All right. Akshay Dongre, many thanks for joining us for the moment. You keep a track of the Prime Minister's engagements there. Thank you very much for now. And still to come up on DD India News Hour, a car ramming attack on a German Christmas market kills 5 people, more than 200 injured. German Chancellor Olaf Scholz pays tributes. Russia's Kazan airport suspends flight arrivals and departures following a Ukrainian bombing. Well, France commences the withdrawal of its military forces from Central African nation of Chad.
Pollution of all types across the globe is a huge problem. But what is the solution to this? Does it require individual efforts, community action, or state interference? Let's take a look at some of the possibilities, challenges and opportunities.
They have to segregate their waste, manage their organic waste within their premises as far as possible. They have to hand over the rest of the waste, the residual waste, to the authorized waste collector.
When the local administration saw what I had done, It decided to build the drainage system you see here, connecting the whole area to it.
Trees are our lifesavers. They give us oxygen, and it's unfair to harm them by hammering iron nails into them just for the sake of ads.
Geopolitics and trade deals. Economic challenges amid development. Hard work and the path to prosperity. It's the economy always. Between walkers, money is what money does and says. Supply creates its own demand. Between the bulls pulls and bears tears.
You're watching DD India News Hour. I'm Amritpal Singh. German Chancellor Olaf Scholz visited the attack site of a Christmas market in Magdeburg, where at least 5 people were killed and over 200 were injured on Saturday in a car ramming attack. Scholz paid tributes to the victims by laying flowers at the market. He was accompanied by his Interior Minister Nancy Faeser. Addressing the media, Scholz described the incident as an awful crime and condemned the terrible catastrophe. He called on the nation to stand together against hate.
This is a terrible, tragic event in which we must all show our sympathy for the relatives, for the injured and for the city of Magdeburg. And that is why, as Federal Chancellor, I would like to assure you of the solidarity of the entire country and all those who bear responsibility in Germany in this matter. This is deeply moving and we will and must stand together here.
According to the authorities, the attack occurred when a car deliberately rammed into a crowd of people at the market, resulting in multiple fatalities and injuries. Emergency response teams, including around 100 firefighters and 50 rescue personnel, were quickly deployed to the scene to assist the wounded and transport them to nearby hospitals. Officials described the incident as an intentional attack and announced that the driver has been taken into custody at the scene. The Interior Minister for Saxony-Anhalt, Tamara Zeschang, identified the suspect as a 50-year-old doctor from Saudi Arabia who arrived in Germany in 2006. Following the attack, Saudi Arabia condemned the ramming attack at a Christmas market and expressed solidarity with Germany after one of its nationals was arrested. And world leaders also expressed condolences for the victims of the attack in Germany. Taking to social media, the president of the European Council on X said that he was appalled by the horrific news from Magdeburg, adding that the EU stands in solidarity with Germany. French President Emmanuel Macron expressed his profound shock and sadness over the attack. In a post on X, the Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni expressed solidarity with Germany, describing the event as a concern of security. The U.S. Congress has passed a funding bill that averts the government shutdown. The bill, which was passed with a bipartisan effort, will fund the government at current levels through March 14. More in this report.
The U.S. Senate, in the early hours of Saturday, passed a stopgap funding package, defying President-elect Donald Trump's demand to greenlight trillions of dollars in new debt. The bill was passed after 2 failed attempts, averting a government shutdown that would have furloughed thousands of federal workers and bring a tumultuous week in the Congress to a close.
I have very good news for my colleagues and for the country. Democrats and Republicans have just reached an agreement that will allow us to pass the CR tonight before the midnight deadline. After a chaotic few days in the House, it's good news that the bipartisan approach in the end prevailed. It's a good lesson for next year. Both sides have to work together.
The U.S. Senators voted 85-11 to approve a continuing resolution that extends funding at current levels until March 14, provides more than $100 billion in disaster assistance to areas ravaged by hurricanes and other storms, includes economic assistance for farmers. Some Republicans voted against the package because it did not cut spending. US House Speaker Mike Johnson said the party will have more influence next year when they will have majorities in both chambers of the Congress and Trump will be in the White House. Earlier, the bill was passed in the House of Representatives with 341 to 82 votes.
We are really grateful that tonight, in bipartisan fashion, with overwhelming majority of votes, we passed the American Relief Act of 2025. This is a very important piece of legislation. It funds the government, of course, until March of 2025. That was a big priority for us.
Spending plan, known as a continuing resolution, has a bipartisan support. It would fund government through March 14. Deal contains nearly $100 billion in disaster aid and $10 billion more in banking relief for farmers. It would also extend Farm Bill by 1 year, will continue to allow more seniors to use telehealth and reform how pharmacy benefits managers, known as PBMs, operate. More disaster aid funding. Deal would provide nearly $100 billion to help Americans recover from natural disasters. Funding is in line with roughly $100 billion top-line request from Biden administration in November. Bill includes $10 billion in economic aid for farmers. Spending agreement includes 1-year extension of the Farm Bill. The bill will now head to President Joe Biden's desk for his signatures. Antara Sinha's report for DD India.
In Canadian politics, the future of Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's leadership now hangs in balance as he faces a prolonged political crisis, prompting a cabinet reshuffle amid growing turmoil within his party. The reshuffle follows surprise resignation of Deputy Prime Minister Chrystia Freeland and the rising tensions within his own party. Adding to his troubles, NDP leader Jagmeet Singh. Now, NDP is a party that supports Justin Trudeau's government. Jagmeet has announced plans for a no-confidence motion, while Trudeau's own party member Chandra Arya is urging him to step down.
After finding himself in the political battle of his life, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau shook up his cabinet on Friday, making changes to 1/3 of his team as political turmoil threatens his leadership. In this cabinet reset, 8 new ministers were appointed to replace those in the 35-member cabinet who have announced they will not seek re-election. 4 current ministers were reassigned to new responsibilities. Newly appointed ministers defended Trudeau's leadership.
As I was saying, politics is about choices. Very often those are difficult choices. I think the Prime Minister was quite clear that he has a choice that he's reflecting on.
The reshuffle came at the end of a chaotic week in Ottawa, triggered by the surprise resignation of Deputy Prime Minister Chrystia Freeland, who had clashed with Prime Minister Trudeau over Trump's threats to impose sweeping tariffs on Canadian imports. The key question now is how Trudeau will react to his new team, especially given the widespread criticism that he is overly reliant on the advice of his political advisors, often heeding their counsel more than that of his own caucus.
There has been a lot of criticism that he is unduly reliant on the advice, or he heeds the advice of his political advisors far more than he heeds the advice of his caucus. Like the MPs, when MPs go to Ottawa, they expect to have some say, and then they find out that they don't really have some say because so much of the advice is being given by his advisors.
Trudeau's hold on power is in jeopardy after new Democratic Party leader Jagmeet Singh announced plans to introduce a motion of no confidence in the Trudeau-led minority government next year. If the NDP withdraws its support, it could be the final blow to Trudeau. After Trudeau's ally Jagmeet Singh's NDP announced plans to support a no-confidence motion, his own party member Chandra Arya wrote to him urging him to step aside. In the letter to Trudeau, Arya wrote, and I quote, "With all parties united to vote on a motion of no confidence, I believe it is time for you to step aside as a leader of the Liberal caucus immediately." Unquote. This has added to the uncertainty surrounding the future of Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's leadership.
Well, let's right now go over live to Kuwait, where the Prime Minister is at the Gulf Football Cup, the opening of the Gulf Football Cup.
يتفضل الآن حضرة صاحب السمو أمير البلاد الشيخ مشعل الأحمد الجابر الصباح حفظه الله ورعاه للإذان ببدء حفل افتتاح بطولة كأس الخليج العربي 26 لكرة القدم.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. نرحب بكم جميعا في هذا المحفل الرياضي الذي يجمعنا في دولة الكويت أرض المحبة والسلام، ويعكس الروح الأخوية الرياضية بين شعوبنا الخليجية. بسم الله وبعون من الله سبحانه نفتتح دورة كأس الخليج العربي 26 لكرة القدم.
يما هذا صوت الراحلين،
صوت الأجداد الأوليين اللي تعبوا وما استسلموا، اصبروا وما جسعوا، خطوا الصحاري بإرادة وعزيمة عشان يوفرون لهم ولنا حياة كريمة.
هو يا مال يا مال يا مال يا مال يا مال يا مال.
وش أقول وش أحكي عن البحر، عن أجدادنا اللي شافوا الويل بالغوص والسفر، غاصوا أعماقه وصارعوا أمواجه، تحدوا العواصف اللي ما ترحم، شقوا علشان نوقف ونتقدم. هذول أجدادنا، رجال صبر وأفعال، خلطوا الحداء باليامان، لا ردهم من البر عجاجة ولا هابوا من البحر أمواجه. كانوا بداية القصة اللي ما تنتهي، قصة ماضي نفتخر فيه، حاضر نعيشه ومستقبل نبنيه.
اضرب صلي أصحاب الدين، صلي وسلم عليك يا رسول الله. يا الله الكريم يا رحمن يا رحيم، مسافرين متوكلين على الله. يا الله يا الله يا الله يا الله